That's a dead body. Yeah, thank you very much, sir.
We all heard it, right?
Love your enthusiasm, though.
All rise. The court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Mark Lemieux presiding.
Good morning, please be seated. Good morning. All right, we're back on the record with State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 19-02-0283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good morning, Judge Chris Decker, Assistant Prosecutor for the state.
Your Honor, Monica Mascalone on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro.
Judge, good morning. Mr. Caneiro.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Caneiro. We were in the middle of the state summation, so we'll continue on with that now.
Thank you.
Can I have the back right table, please? Thank you. Morning.
Good morning.
We left off yesterday, I think we were at the video, camera 5 from 19 Oxford. So I'm going to play that with respect to Mr. Caneiro's vehicle returning back from Colts Neck. Now, we've already seen 308 Green Road, right? Down the driveway. White, Porsche Macan, black stripe, right? Passes 30 Tilton. We saw the flickering of the lights at 30 Tilton in the direction of 27 Tilton. So now from 19 Oxford, from the rear, from a camera, as you can see here, we probably never expected to see what we saw. I mean, because when you look at the vantage point here, we're talking about a very small area, right? Where you capture just a portion of that 27 Tilton driveway. Because you remember from the daylight video, there's those trees there. But by the grace of God, we actually see that light right there. As you'll recall, remember when we saw the pictures of the garage, the 2 garage bays of 27 Tilton? There's 3 lights, like 3 sconces. One on the left, one in the middle between the doors, one on the right. Okay? So what we're looking at here, right here, kind of like when we saw that flash of fire previously, that's the light. Okay, so we're going to play that. So now we've seen the white Porsche Macan, the one being driven by one person and one person alone. The person coming back with the jeans, with the gloves, with the scarf, with the gun, with the barrel in it, not yet out of it. He's pulled back in his own driveway. Now, when we talk about timing of the fire, remember we talked about Heather Kapp and Jonathan Harrington and when we can actually see the fire start. Now, we're going to see the video starts at 4:54. I'm going to speed it up a little bit because we know that that fire is going to start. It's now 4:56:32. And remember, these are just lights on the back of the house. It's over by the garage, right? What we're going to see, remember we have 4 top windows when we look at the daytime. We got a window over here, we got a window here, window here, a window here. And then that 4th window is right about here. The gas line and the basement window would be just barely outside of that frame. There, 4:57, in about 10 seconds, we see that gas-fed fire, right? Because that basement window is right next to the gas meter. There's accelerant and the gas line, right? We got the gas from the gas can, and we got the accelerant, and then we have the gas line right next to it. So we know exactly when that fire takes off, right? Because it's gonna flash here, right? And then we'll see from the next video, I believe it's the next video, when we look back at the driveway, you can see the flash, and you see the flash, but then it comes down, right? So that's the initial, the emanation, the beginning of that fire at 27 Tilton. So now we're gonna see the same thing, 4:57, from the driveway view. We're gonna see that flash, and then we're gonna see it come down. Running it from 4:56 and 40 seconds. You see there's obviously some activity outside here, some lights on. There we go. Move it again. All this is going to be about 2 minutes before Mr. Caneiro pulls the Porsche Cayenne out of the garage. There, 4:57 and 10 seconds. That fire lights up the rear of 27 Tilton. We start to see Dr. Gould's back deck, right? Right here. And here is kind of like where that tree line is, and the driveway is right here. So think about, in some ways, how lucky we got to actually capture that driveway, right? I mean, there's no way, even if he set up the cameras at Dr. Gould's, that he ever would have realized that that camera is going to pick up his car at 2:07 and 4:08 and the fire starting. It's just unfathomable to believe that we catch that little area here, right? See? Fire now. 4:57, 53. It flashed over for about 40 seconds, and then it subsides. Same way we saw it on camera 7, right? So now it's 4:59:50. We're looking at camera 5 again with that small area over here, right? That driveway. We're going to see the Cayenne being pulled out of the garage by Mr. Caneiro. Here we go. He's backing it out. because there's two cars there, right, by the one bay, and then he's got the opening by the garage, by the bay closest to Tilden Drive. So now he backs up, right, and then he pulls out forward the same way he pulled out at 207. So again, we're just looking at that car backing up, right? It's going to back up and essentially do a K-turn, right? It's the way you got to get out of that driveway, the way he's got to get that car out of that driveway. It's 5 o'clock and 5 seconds. The car's now heading out to Tilden. The car's going to park on Tilden Drive. And think about where that car parked on Tilden Drive, right? It actually, he pulls out, we don't see it on the video, he pulls out and then he ultimately pulls it on the street right in the area of Cap and Harrington's house, right? So now, Miss Cap didn't specifically tell you that was Paul Caneiro's car, but that's Paul Caneiro's car that she saw in the street between Harrington's driveway and her house. Same place it was, remember, when Chris Sorrentino's running up to the front door, hey, everybody's out of the house. Paul Caneiro's car. You just gotta put it into context, because sometimes when people watch things in the dark, they don't know what they're watching. Sometimes it takes a combination of evidence to kind of put it together. They said a lot yesterday that we can't show you Paul Caneiro in the car, or we can't show you Paul Caneiro in the house at 15 Willow Brook, right? We don't see him running down or out of the house at, let's say 3:42, 3:43 in the morning in Colts Neck. But the only reason we can't show you that is because of him, right? He cut the power in Colts Neck. He cut his own cameras. So when we talk about did they find houses to the west on Tilden Drive, and they didn't look or they didn't document, he didn't show you any cameras from the west side of Tilden, the other way out, right? You saw all those maps and photos and everything. But any camera that would have been over there that wasn't, would have shown us, likely nothing because nobody goes that way, but it would have showed you the same exact things that you could have saw from the 4 cameras outside of 27 Tilden Drive. It's a little hard to understand how we can be blamed for not having more footage when the best footage, the best evidence would have been his own cameras that he chose to shut off. And the only reason, ladies and gentlemen, you shut those cameras off is because you don't want anyone to see what you're about to do, what you did, and what you did after you did. It's extremely telling. There is no good reason, zero, in this world why somebody shuts off their cameras at 1:28 and 1:31 and then leaves the house for 2 hours in the middle of the night. His car, he's driving it. We talk about being framed, right? And all the things that we didn't find. And we talked about how no matter who did it, they didn't leave a lot of evidence in the car, right? In the Porsche Macan. There's no blood except for the residue or the odor that's detected by the canine, Creed. Whoever was in that car, and I just would submit to you that there is no doubt in this world that it was Mr. Caneiro. But the one little piece of evidence that was left in there that wouldn't have been all that noticeable, actually, Lieutenant Catalona didn't even seize it the first day when he searched the car. Remember when he takes the photos on the driveway? This was found the next day. It's a little piece of a black nitrile glove. Okay? Okay. Right? Consistent with the burnt gloves by the gas can, right? Consistent with all these gloves here. It's actually not that many, it's 6. But if you're trying to frame someone, you're trying to set someone up, first of all, I said it already, you're probably going to try to leave some blood in that car, right? I mean, it makes sense. You're probably going to leave the barrel in the gun. It makes sense. You're probably going to put the backpack in the murder car, not in your wife's car. But if you're trying to set someone up, this is the best you can do. leave a little piece of a broken glove, probably from when he tore it off and threw it in the back of the car, in the storage area, exactly where K9 Creed hit. I mean, that's not getting set up, ladies and gentlemen. That's just trying your best to not be sloppy, but still being just a little bit sloppy because of what he just did. And the effect, no matter what you think of Mr. Caneiro, the effect that what he did to those little kids had to have had on him. Had to have. Now again, just point of reference, maybe it's a little thing, maybe it's not, but the car pulling out at 207 here, out of the driveway, pulls out exactly the same way that he pulled the Cayenne out at 5 o'clock. Maybe it's a little thing, maybe it's not. It's just another little thing that adds up with the gloves and the DNA and the ballistics and the cameras being on. And the camera is actually being on, showing you turning them off, right? I mean, that's important. Now, we talk about some of the defense witnesses, particularly now we reference the camera, so let's talk about Dr. Gould here, okay? Dr. Gould, obviously friends with Mr. Caneiro. He told you that Mr. Caneiro, which you knew already, he's tech savvy, that's what he does for a living. He talked about helping out with electricity and helping the guy who did the wiring with the lights and helping Keith out and all the work that Paul did at Keith's house. All the things that Keith relied upon, and part of the reason why he's collecting that salary from Square One and EcoStar. He told you about Paul being a gunsmith, and I'm not going to belabor that. I'm not going to reiterate the fact that I told you that he owned these guns lawfully. We're not asking you to hold that against him. But there's a reason you heard about the guns, because Dr. Gould told you he could take them apart. He's a gunsmith, he cleans them, he does all this stuff. Like, that's exactly consistent with bop, 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 bop. Bop. Even Dr. Gould eventually got curious, right? He eventually got curious. I asked him, did you watch him before you gave the videos, before you gave them to the police? And he hadn't. But at some point, he actually had to bring him back because not all the footage was on him, so he actually had to bring it back. I think it was Detective Melody. But I asked him, did you eventually watch it? And he was like, yeah. And he even saw Paul leaving, 2 a.m., Paul returning at 4 a.m. And I asked him, because we were looking at a photo, right? I showed him the photo of Sophia and Jesse and Jennifer and Keith. And I asked him about Keith's hair, and I asked him about Paul, who's got hair. Keith was bald. And then I asked him about Corey, just because, why not, right? He brought up Corey, right? Then we're going to talk about Corey. What's Corey look like? We'll talk about why that's important later. I shouldn't have to prove that to you, ladies and gentlemen. He has nothing to do with this. Nothing.
Objection.
Come on up. You know what? It's overruled. It's definitely not an objectionable thing. Go ahead.
Again, all this goes to the fact is that they told you Mr. Caneiro was cooperative, how he talked to the police at the scene, and he was spoken to by several of the ocean patrolmen. We're really just trying to figure out what happened. Why is there a fire here? We're just trying to figure it out. And, he's telling them that he wakes up, he's sleeping, right? He's talking about, and even his daughter said it, that he was upstairs all night, not really being the family man that he was described as. He's just up in his bedroom from, 4:30 that day until all of a sudden a fire he wakes up to. It's just all inconsistent with the evidence that you're hearing in this case. Now, when we talk about the background, the financial motive, the build-up with Paul and Keith, again, I'm not standing here saying that it should have been enough, right? Murder doesn't always or rarely makes sense. But Did we follow the evidence or did we ignore evidence? Did we try to see the communications like between Paul and Keith? Did we just stop after we heard that devastating phone call between Keith and Paul at 6:05 p.m. on November 19th, 2018? About 9 hours before the murder? No. You heard from Detective Migliarese. He read these messages, and I'm not gonna read them all for you. I believe you'll have them. But we need to understand kind of where this all starts. And you've all heard about April 2018. A little hard to read here, but what we're seeing is April 11th, Wednesday, April 11th, 2018. And this is basically Paul getting caught stealing from the trust, right? Keith was obviously trying to inquire. You can see Mr. Artigas and Mr. Weinstein are included because they're trying to figure it out. Like, yes, it was brought up yesterday, and it's true. There were times when the trust was not funded properly, right? There are times with businesses where maybe Keith didn't have the ability to throw $7,800 a quarter to the trust account. That happened. But what they didn't say to you is that, and I said it yesterday, he's got one job as the trustee. One job. This is not like managing real estate assets and all this kind of stuff. He's got a life insurance policy. Pay the premium. That's all he had to do. And listen, if Keith doesn't fund it, like in past years, if he doesn't give the $7,800 that quarter to the TD trust account, then no one is blaming Mr. Caneiro for no one is saying he has to pay it out of his own pocket. That's not the point. It's just, when the money comes to the TD trust account, that bank account, just click transfer. Like, think he can handle that. He knows his password. You heard it yesterday. The only time he ever forgot his password of the 19 times when he transferred the money, not to Canada Life, but to himself, he never forgot his password, right? Never. It's like shutting off your cameras. It's like, Keith, I don't remember my password. Why do you think Keith's so frustrated? Keith's like, I'll even log in, just give me the password. But he can't give him the password. Take it for what it's worth. Take it for what it's worth. But Keith wanted to know where the hell the money was. And he couldn't get an answer. And he said, I don't know exactly what Mr. Paul Caneiro was saying on the other end, but we know by context that Keith is saying, you got 2 hours, let me know. You know, he's trying to be a little bit sympathetic, bless you. He's trying to be a little bit like flexible, right? Despite the months and months of thefts and where the hell is the money? He's giving him 2 hours. And he says, 8 o'clock, Paul. But you never heard anything about any other communication, right? There's no other communication in this world ever for the rest of time, except for Keith texting Paul at 3:14 through 3:18, because despite his anger and his frustration, justifiable frustration and anger, he still needs Paul. But here, what's interesting about this is, like, it's an admission that I took the money, right? It's an admission. Remember, he says I selected the wrong payee. He says it went to my daughter's student loans or whatever. Like, Paul's admitting that he stole from his brother, right? Sorry for all the confusion. I've had my head up my ass. But he's still not accepting responsibility, right? He's still saying that I accidentally took your money. I sent it to the wrong pay. Now, we know that's not true, right? Because you saw the bank records. Detective Bassender came in here at length and testified about all this stuff. He didn't select the wrong pay. He paid himself. And there's a lot of talk about him paying it back and all that stuff, but, like, the reality is he didn't pay it back. It just went to the business, and then Keith transferred it back to the trust account, and then he took it again. Because you will hear, if you want to call it paying back. If you want to say he reimbursed, whatever. Were there times when he stole in the past and reimbursed? Sure. Does it make it right? I mean, he didn't tell Keith he was stealing before he paid it back. He didn't ask the beneficiaries, Jen, Jesse, and Sophia, obviously not Jesse and Sophia, but he didn't tell Jen, hey, I'm taking a loan, because that's what he would have needed to do, according to Mr. Cardenas, in order to take a loan. These are not loans. It's just straight up theft. And again, I said it yesterday, but when the judge ultimately charges you on the law and he reads to you about theft and misappropriation, and on the verdict sheet you're going to have some choices on theft, the allegation is $78,000. But playing with the money and looking at certain things and where certain things went in a family business, we're going to ask you to find between $500 and $75,000, not above $75,000. That's absolutely no issue whatsoever. But it's not the point. It's not about the money. It's about the trust. Like, think about 1999. Keith Caneiro decides, I want to create an irrevocable trust. And in order to do that, you need a trustee, right? And it's kind of ironic that it's so obvious what a trustee is, right? It's someone that you trust with your money and with the obligation of doing these things. But again, just transfer the money. Just click transfer. Send an e-bill or whatever the hell you have to do at TD Bank. But he knows how to do it because he's done it in the past. He knows how to transfer money because he transfers it to the TD Bank trust account to himself. It's not that complicated. But that trust ultimately, over time, it eroded. It started to go in a lot of different directions. And ultimately, you saw that trust was gone as of 6 o'clock on November 19th. But we need to look a little further. Look at the messages. And here is essentially, this is just like it's the same time, April 11, 2018. It's just a little more of a complete message, and it's maybe a little more of a direct message to Paul, or from Paul to Keith. And he says, what they're talking about is, yes, I went to bed early, I was shot, I figured out why there are payments missing. I selected the wrong payee from my list and made them to Pacific Lending, the servicer for student loans, instead of Pacific Life. Now, you saw the bank records and the summaries and the charts. That's not true. What he did was he made them to himself. He's just telling Keith that I made a mistake instead of saying I stole from you. I mean, he says, I changed the name of the account to the trust, so this will not happen again while this account is still open. Well, he had Canada Life in his bill pay for TD Bank a long time before April 11, 2018. We go on. I'm selling off some of my investments today, and once the transfer is completed, I will make a single payment plus interest to the trust policy. I'm sorry about that, and we'll make it right. Let me know when you create a new trust account with Bonnie, that's Jennifer's sister, so we can set up the direct deposit from payroll. I can pay the balance of the existing trust account and then close it. I didn't sleep most of the night trying to sort this out. There's nothing to sort out. He stole from his brother. That's what you need to sort out. Is it bothering him? I don't know. I don't know. It didn't bother him enough that, let's just assume they're correct, that he paid the money back in April, at the end of April. Let's just assume that's not like just a circular payment and not a reimbursement. Or let's assume it's a reimbursement. The reality, though, is as you're going to see in the next couple slides, and you've heard the testimony, obviously you've all been paying attention. That has been very clear. Is that after this mishap, after I had my head up my ass, I'm going to make it right, etc., 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 what he does is makes exactly 0 payments to Canada Life for the rest of 2019. What he does is just continue to take, culminating with the last theft, the last transfer from the trust account to himself on November 19th, 2018. Remorse? No. Just like preservation, like, let me just get Keith off my back for a little while, right? He's stupid. That's really what he's saying. Keith's not going to figure it out because he can't access the trust account, because that's the way it's supposed to be. It's really, Keith, I'm sorry. Keith was upset about all this, but sorry, Keith. Unfortunately, you don't have control anymore. He's got control, but it doesn't mean he can steal. It doesn't mean he can commingle. It doesn't mean he can take loans without the beneficiary's consent. Okay? He's talking about them changing the beneficiary. You heard some of that stuff. There was some talk about making Bonnie the trustee. I'm sure Keith wishes that actually happened, but it might not have been as easy as, Mr. Cardenas said to you. Well, it's not that easy. So it never happened. I mean, I wish it did, because maybe we wouldn't be here. Okay? It didn't happen, but he knew that Keith was kind of done. But he continues. Paid nothing back. Doesn't make another transfer to Canada Life ever in the history of the world. And he tries now to cover his tracks by doctoring the bank records. Which, let's just remember this as we talked about thematically yesterday about how investigations work. Like, we're talking about bank records here that, like, we don't get, like, immediately, right? We don't just, like, go, hey, there's a trust account, give me the bank records. What happens is the detectives that are investigating this, Detective Bassender, who was doing the financial investigation, Detective Petrozzillo, and Detective Zerillo, they met with Steve Weinstein, right? He's the accountant for Paul, he's the accountant for Keith, he's the accountant for the businesses, and ultimately they sit down, and Weinstein's saying, hey, Paul would send me the bank records, right, like an accountant. Because remember, part of the trust is like, there's like gift tax implications, and Weinstein said, I got to get the records so I can, because Keith was able to, I don't understand it all. I'm not going to claim to. But basically, Keith had to account for gift payments. Basically, the transfer of the payroll he's allowed to account for it with the IRS and his taxes as like gifts, right? You have an allotment every year, whatever. And so Steve Weinstein, the accountant, had to like reconcile all that, right? And he's telling the detectives, yeah, Paul, Paul's making these payments to Canada Life. Here's the records, this and that. And Bassender's just gotten the records from TD Bank, and she's like, what the hell's going on here? I got the real TD Bank records, and then I got the ones that Weinstein got from Paul Caneiro, and they look different, right? Like, doctoring bank records is no different than shutting off your camera at 1:28 in the morning. It's just not. It's the same thing. It's just like hindering an investigation, okay? It's just trying to be smarter than everyone else. I would submit to you that you heard a lot of testimony about the special bond between Keith and Paul, and, Keith was Paul's person and all this stuff. I don't know why I heard that so many times. But, like, I submit to you, based upon the evidence in this case, particularly this evidence, that he thought Keith was stupid. And he thought that this was his operation, despite Keith owning 90% of the business. Because we look here, we look at April, okay? And we see right here on April 9th, 2009, there is a transfer showing up from TD Bank to Canada Life Assurance, right? Okay, now we're going to look over here at May. We're going to see on May 1, these are the records that Mr. Weinstein got, right? And it says 501, May 1st, TD Bank bill pay, $5,000, Canada Life Assurance Company. I don't know how well you can see that. But the first record that he ever gave to Steve Weinstein has the word assurance spelled wrong. ASSUARANCE. His first, literally the first doctoring of records right here has the company name spelled wrong. Okay, let's keep going. So now we're looking to compare May, what we just talked about with the misspelling over here, to the real bank records from TD Bank. And what we're seeing is not that it went to Canada Life misspelled insurance company, 5,000. 5,000 went to TD Bank checking account ending in 3837. I'm sure you remember that that's Paul Caneiro's checking account at TD Bank. We go to June 1st of 2018. Fake records, real records. Here we see 618, Mr. Weinstein's looking at this, and he says, this time they actually, Mr. Caneiro spelled assurance right, okay? But it shows that he transfers $7,500 to Canada Life, right? Weinstein takes a look at Detective Bassner's records over here, and he sees $7,500, same date, right, 6/18, June 18th, and it says, not Canada Life, but Paul Caneiro's bank account. And when we look here, we talk about funding, and I said it a few moments ago, but I don't know if you could do the math, but you look at all these transfers in, J. Martin payroll, EcoStar payroll. That's Keith's payroll going to the trust account. So, I mean, you could do the math, you're gonna have this. And I don't know exactly if it adds up, but all we're saying is that any money that Keith put in that account for Canada Life was supposed to go to Canada Life. If it wasn't 7,800 and it was only 7,200, then put 7,200 in it. Don't take it. Oh, well, he only gave me 7,200. He's $600 short, so I'll just take it myself. That doesn't work. Now we go to July. Again, we see on the fake records, well, this part's real. J. Martin, EcoStar, all these transfers in. Periodically, the payroll, 500, 600, 500, 600, etc. And Mr. Caneiro allegedly pays $4,500 to Canada Life. But when we look at the real records, lo and behold, that $4,500 goes from the trust account to Paul Caneiro's account. August, we see on the left side, doctored records, right? And you see these check marks, it's actually Weinstein. He was like going through it and like, as an accountant, he's been working with this business for years and he knows their books and everything, but like, he's trusting Paul. Like he gave him the records. It shows it's going to Canada Life, right? Shows it's going to Canada Life, shows it's going to Canada Life, but it's really going to Paul Caneiro. Paul Caneiro. Paul Caneiro. And Steve Weinstein's not getting the records from TD Bank. He has no interest in that account. He's relying on Paul Caneiro, the brother, the trustee, to provide the records. It's not until Keith, Jennifer, Jesse, and Sophia are dead that Steve Weinstein has any way to know that this is just a perpetration of fraud by Paul Caneiro on his brother. Had Keith had these records and Steve had these records and Ron Artigas had these records, there wouldn't have been all that scrambling on November 18th, 2018. Keith, you heard it at 4 o'clock. Like, he's actually trying to give Paul the benefit of the doubt. Like, what's going on? I've been on the phone all day trying to figure it out with Canada Life. And the problem is that, like, Keith and Ron and Steve, like, they're not the trustee. Like, you might be the accountant, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to give you the records. You heard at one point, I think, Artigas had to call and actually say he was Paul Caneiro because he was just trying to figure it out. But this is what's going on. This is what's going on. Again, just in August, we see all this money that's supposed to be going to Canada Life, and it's not. And is it a big deal? Is it a ton of money? No, it's not. But it's about trust. Did he trust him? Was he sick of him? No, they're both sick of each other. Keith's sick of getting stolen from, and Paul's sick of having to deal with, in his mind, this BS from Keith. As if, like, Keith shouldn't have just had some faith that the money he's setting aside for his kids is just going to be there. Now, if there were times when it wasn't funded, so be it. That's not Paul Caneiro's fault. It's probably not Keith Caneiro's fault either, but it is. I mean, he's the one funding it. But it doesn't make that right. And again, when we talk about lot of the evidence that you heard recently with who Paul Caneiro is or who he was, it's just not consistent with the investigation. I'm not saying that his family or his friends knew about this. They didn't know he was doctoring bank records. They didn't know he was stealing from Keith. But it's the reality. It's the investigation. And it's not tunnel vision. It just is following the evidence. And the evidence is right here. Okay, little things. Bank records. Cameras getting shut off. DNA. Ballistics. Your niece's blood in your basement. It's easy to say, oh, well, DNA can't tell you how it got there. Well, we would have known how it was going to get there if he didn't shut the cameras off. Like, you don't need the DNA people to tell you that, you don't know how Sophia's blood got on there. I mean, we do. I mean, she did have 17 sharp force injuries, and his genes has blood all over them. But again, the whole argument, like, we don't know how DNA gets there. We don't know how ballistics gets there. Well, in reality, we do. It's just that forensic scientists can't tell you. They're not involved. They get a pair of genes, right? They get a pair of genes, and their job is to say, let's cut this, let's swab this, and let's see what we get. The investigation, the detectives, the evidence tells you how it got there. The reason it's there, her hair on the scarf, God help me. Blood on the jeans, blood on the gloves. You know how it got there. You know how it got there. There's no explanation, okay? So to argue we don't know how it got there, the only person to blame for not knowing, or let's just say not knowing, we know. We just didn't see because we couldn't see him put the bag in the car. We couldn't see him take the clothes off and throw them underneath the pile. We couldn't see him starting the fire and then the other fire. Because those very cameras were shut off. If I say it once, if I say it 10 times, I'm sorry. But like, when we look at where the cameras pointed and what they would have shown, it is so obvious why they were shut off. To September, we're going to see that the tensions start to build in September. We got the doctored records, 1,000 going to Canada Life, 300 to Canada Life, 1,000 to Canada Life, 1,300 to Canada Life. And then we see the reality. Transfer to Paul's bank account, transfer to Paul's bank account, transfer to the joint bank account of Paul and Susan, which she had no idea, and transfer to Paul's bank account. This is all Paul Caneiro. Zero respect. And I know I said it once yesterday. I'll kick myself. I don't make sure it's clear. When I talk about this transfer from TD Trust to his own bank account or the joint bank account, he's not stealing from Keith. He's stealing from Jennifer, from Jesse, from Sophia. So, if anyone could do this to their family, to do what we saw in those horrific pictures, isn't it more likely that it's the guy who's already stealing from those very people? Like, I'm not saying that justifies it. I'm just saying that it's not unfathomable that he doesn't really have that special bond that you heard about. Like, Sophia or Jesse's on his back in the pool, but he's stealing from them. He's stealing from their future. And he's hiding it. He's covering it up. But he got caught. He got caught. But he only got caught after the murders. No one really caught him, except for April. He got caught, but he lied about it. But the investigation into the fire at 27 Tilton, into the murders at 15 Willow Brook, really just unveiled the fact that he was stealing from his brother, and he was trying to cover it up. We talk about the escalation. These are Google Cloud messages from Keith to Paul and Paul to Keith, etc. Keith's saying, this is total bullshit. You have time to email me when you need money for your insurance. Remember, he asked if he could put the $5,000 and change for the car insurance on the business, right? Because that wasn't normally covered by the business. And this is the conversation about that. Keith is saying, this is total bullshit. You have time to email me when you need money for your insurance, but you don't have time to follow up with me when I'm fucking dealing with an issue that affects our only large client, that being Doris Duke. Don't put your insurance on my card. I'll find my own fucking employee and put my own fucker advertisement out. Keith, question regarding the insurance payment. So now he's like, he's pissed because he's got to pay the insurance on the company, right? $5,000. Like, and I think at some point he says, I actually did it for you last year too. But basically, Keith's like, now Keith's kind of stepping back, and he's kind of going back into his, all right, let me try to help my brother, right? Let me see what I can do. And he's basically saying, why can't we pay it monthly, right? Why do we need to put $5,000 on the credit card? And Paul says, interestingly, despite the $60,000 of disposable income he has at that time frame, he's saying, because it's late and I don't have the cash right now, I had to pay for Katie's admissions and I was not expecting that. And then Paul says, I went to pay it and the check bounced. And he says, I'm late and I received a cancellation notice. So they're not going to take that monthly payment, the insurance. They want the whole thing. They've already told him they're going to cancel his car insurance. So he's asking Keith for help, which is fine. But let's just not say that he's got all this money lying around, okay? Despite the renovations and all that stuff. Keith's trying to help him out, but he's saying, I'm done paying you anything for a salary. You are on your own. And Keith says, I just put $150K into this business. Your kids are done with college. I need to start saving for my kids' education. Unfortunately, no, he didn't. Unfortunately, he didn't have to save for his kids' education because they're never here. They're no longer here. Now they're talking about September 17th. They're talking about EcoStar, the sale, right? Listen, they both went back and forth. I'm not asking you to, we're not giving you the rosy version just because it sounds great. Okay, they're back and forth about EcoStar. But I think what you see from these messages and from the evidence you heard is ultimately that, like, Keith realized that, like, first of all, EcoStar wasn't making a lot of money, okay? They're 50-50 in EcoStar, but EcoStar's, like, not really making a ton of money. Like, they got a lot of employees, they're doing pest control. It's not a cash cow. It's not $125,000 a month that they're getting from Doris Keith. Okay, like, that's money. Okay, like, that's even paying people, they're getting money from that. Except remember, Keith's getting 90, Paul's getting 10, because it's Keith's company. But they go back and forth with EcoStar. If we can get $850 for EcoStar versus, so he said he wanted to wait for $1 million. It's not exactly what he said. If we can get $850 for EcoStar versus $1 million at the end of the year, I'll wait. Otherwise, let's settle. I'm done. I want out. If I could get a decent job in the marketplace, I would just fucking walk. We know he was trying to do that. Now, Doris Duke, I'm going to talk about it in a minute. But, like, we're not saying that, like, he didn't want Doris Duke to renew. I mean, even at some of those proposals where it went from, like, $125,000 a month to, like, $96,000 a month, like, Keith will take that. And let's be clear, like, Keith could have a job and Square One could still exist. Like, he's not going to Doris Duke every day and doing the wiring and the IT work. Like, he's the boss. Like, they'll take the $95,000 a month if they're willing to do it. We'll talk about what Ms. Basu said about that ultimately. But let's continue with EcoStar, because we know if I could get a decent job in the marketplace, I would just fucking walk. Now, we know from Ben Paolucci that, like, Keith is legitimately looking for jobs in the marketplace. The guy's got an MBA from Columbia. He's run a business for like 30 years. And the guy's got some qualifications. Ben's like, hey, there's probably some great jobs for you at AWS, like the cloud services of Amazon. And that's what Keith's doing like 3 nights before he dies. He's looking for jobs. You are my brother. I'll help you out as best I can. but I'm not doing this. I mean, if you could ever, obviously I never met Keith Caneiro or Jennifer or Jesse or Sophia. But like, if you could ever kind of sum up what Keith Caneiro stood for, what the evidence in this case showed you, is you are my brother and I'll help you out as best I can. But like, you can't do it anymore. You can't carry it. Keith's got to worry. He's got young kids. They're not even in high school yet. They're not even close to college. They're trying to figure it out. Like, I got to worry about myself. You heard all the conversations like, maybe I'll just like, sell EcoStar, I'll put that money towards my mortgage. I need a big mortgage, but like, he's thinking about just like dumping it in there, trying to get rid of a mortgage so that even if he has to take a job for like less money, he'd be able to make it work. Like, he's thinking about that stuff, which is exactly what Mr. Paul Caneiro is not doing, okay? We continue. I know that, Paul, that is if Square One is a going concern. If it isn't, if I lose my only big client, we are done, which is the reality. I mean, they lost Doris Duke, we know that, but they lost Doris Duke. Primarily, we know it was done because of what happened here. I mean, they finished out December, but then the company, Doris Duke wasn't bringing them back. I would suspect, and I would submit to you, that Doris Duke was not bringing them back anyway. If you listen to Ms. Bassu's testimony, she wanted cheaper. She wanted a lot cheaper, and they did good work. He was good. Keith was good. The company, Rob Block, they were good. They did good work, but they were not cheap. $125,000 a month for a nonprofit. They were looking for that AWS style type treatment, right? They were looking for that cheaper, that cloud-based. Okay, it was where the times were going. And Keith and Paul, they're both smart. Keith knew where the market was going. I think you heard that. Like, everybody kind of knew that, like, the modern day IT stuff wasn't going to always be exactly the same. And kind of what they offered wasn't necessarily what everybody was looking for, especially for $125,000 a month. Keith, I need to start thinking about paying for my kids' college. We know that. And putting away money for retirement. I don't have insurance policies to pay. But you pay me if I don't work. You heard that yesterday. I mean, Keith doesn't have that crutch, right? Paul does, but when you look at the income, the disability wasn't going to be enough for this guy. At least, it wasn't going to be enough to satisfy the 3 Porsches and the Tiffany and the restoration hardware and the two trips to Colombia in 2018 and $800 whatever dollars for the Audi that he was paying for, in addition to the 3 Porsches and the Jeep. This guy's got big expenses, and it's starting to crumble. That house of cards that Ms. Wallace told you about in opening, we stand by that based upon the evidence in this case. We're not going to over-dramatize it, but like, it's reality. You have that, so figure out a way to restructure things to live within that. He's trying to like be like Paul, cut down the expenses, like deal with it, plan for the future, but he doesn't want to do that. I'll do what I need to do to ensure my kids will be able to afford college without giving them loans, which is exactly what you did. Hey, can you check with Block to see where he is with that information? So this is November 5th. So this is like the build up to Keith having to go meet with Doris Duke and Guli Basu, right? So basically, Keith's trying to get together the information, because they're asking questions and stuff, so he can go and present to Doris Duke and say, like, here's what I got, here are the options. You saw those 3 emails with the proposals. The 6-year option with, or 4 years or 2 years, like, if I know anything based on what Ms. Basu said and the evidence in this case, if they were going to get that contract back from Doris Duke, maybe it was for a year. Maybe. That woman who testified in here was not signing a 6-year contract with Square One. I think that if you recall that testimony, that's abundantly clear. You're asking Rob Block, who you heard from. I also want to see if we can do something to get cash from EcoStar. So he's bringing it up again, right? Like, he wants to get rid of EcoStar. I mean, he's not going to sell it for $200,000, but if he gets a decent number, he wants out. It's just aggravation. In case Duke doesn't renew, okay, Paul says rest, we can talk tomorrow. Keith, I'm thinking that if shit really goes sideways, I cash out my 401k and insurance and get rid of my mortgage. I just said that. That's exactly what he was looking to do. Even if I lose money doing that. So he's not really concerned. He just wants to be able to get a job. Like, he just wants a quote unquote, like, this is not to disparage the family business, but he just wants to go to work every day and actually maybe report to someone who's responsible and just kind of like do his job and go home. Get a paycheck and go home. Not have to worry about payroll and where it's going and whether it's getting to where it's supposed to be going. Like, he wants a little more simplicity in life, it seems like. Paul says, relax. That's what he always seems to say. Yes, he's calm. Is he level-headed? I submit he's not. But he's calm, right? Because he's trying to keep Keith at bay because he doesn't want Keith digging. Okay? He doesn't want him digging because when Keith digs, bad things happen for Paul Caneiro, and ultimately, bad things happen for Keith and his family. Let me see if we can get a call going with the people interested in EcoStar tomorrow. Even if it's 900, I would do it. Paul, fucking relax. He doesn't want to get rid of the business because, let's just say 800, right? He gets 400,000, right? He owes money to the IRS. He owes money to credit cards and blah, 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 blah. Like, that money is like, he's better off with an EcoStar credit card than he is with 400,000. That's just going to go like this. It's going to be gone in weeks. Okay, so understand that. Understand the expenses. It's not just like, sounds great, right? Hey, we sell the business, I get 4, you get 4. Okay, but, you know, there's money that needs to go elsewhere immediately. So it's not going to get the job done. He needs that piggy bank. Go to sleep. We don't need to do this. We don't need to do this tomorrow. We don't know. Paul says we don't know what the future is. Well, that never a truer statement was made. And Paul Caneiro says we don't know what the future is. I know what the future is, Keith says. They're going to cut to 2 people. I'm going to have to kill the new guy that we just hired. When he says kill, he's talking about fire the guy they just hired. Again, 90-10. Doris Duke. I'll keep it brief. You saw that Keith, I think it was November 13th, he meets with Ghoulie Basu and Peter Simmons, who's like the CEO or LO or whatever it is. And he basically says, all right, after the meeting, like, they discuss, Ghoulie says they discuss finance and like, we want it cheaper, we want it less. They don't want less people. They don't want Square One to go from 3 to 2 techs that are in the office every day. They just want it cheaper. And the only way Keith can really make it cheaper in his mind is to go to having 2 people go there every day as opposed to 3, because obviously it now brings his costs down, so that they can go to like 96 from 125, right? The salary savings. But like when you heard Ms. Basu testify, they got those 3 proposals, and she said, we didn't make a decision yet, but I would submit to you based upon her testimony, that salary savings was not going to get the job done. And maybe it's easier because now we're getting pretty close to 2019. Maybe it's easy to just run out that contract. Because remember, the contract wasn't actually expiring. It just, they had an option to cancel, that is, Duke had an option to cancel the contract at the end of 2018. So like, it could have gone another year. But that wouldn't have changed that Keith's applying for jobs and all those different things that he's trying to do. And he's trying to sell EcoStar. Like, he wants to just be like one of us who just goes to work every day and doesn't have to deal with like the pressures and the BS, so to speak, of running a business. Now, again, I'm not going to belabor it. You heard the testimony. You've seen the charts. You're going to have them. You know, they made it sound like, okay, these are his expenses. This is what he makes. And he's going to get more in a little while from disability. The reality is, when you look at the bank records, when he's taking money from the trust, it's because he's in the negative. You know, that insurance check, it bounced. Like, I'm not saying if he thought rationally, he couldn't have figured it out. But this is a guy who's got 3 Porsches in the driveway. Like, he's not looking to cut his expenses. He doesn't want to do that. Overdrafts, return payments, withdrawals during that time. Now, September 2018, Paul's financial issues that we've seen in this case, and you'll have 9-3. Paul complains about not being properly reimbursed for his cars. Like, he's going to Tiffany Rivera, the business manager, and he's saying, you know, ever since we got the different car, I think it was the Cayenne, whatever it was, I think the reimbursables are wrong. So it's like, he's complaining that, like, he's not getting enough money for the car reimbursables, as if, like, he should even be getting them as a 10% owner in the business. September 11th, he received a failed payment notice for Susan Caneiro's iPhone. Basically, like, he didn't pay the bill. 9/11, Paul considers taking out another, and you heard about several, 401k loans from Susan Caneiro's account. She doesn't know. 9/12, he receives a missed Audi payment notice. 9/14 to 9/16, he gets an email regarding that Allstate payment. That's the one for the car insurance. Again, September 16th, Paul asked Keith if he could put his auto insurance on the company card. We saw that. September, it's not going well. Showed that he struggles all the way to the end until that final withdrawal, final theft of $1,200 from the trust account when his balance was in the negative. Are we ignoring things, or are we following the evidence? Let's look at, first we'll just, the trust. I think we've talked about the trust enough. Obviously, the trust, he's a contingent beneficiary. Corey is as well. Paul knew, Corey didn't. Let's just talk about the trust in the context of how Mr. Caneiro looked at it.
Yep. And that's what that trust is going to let you do, because the trust account is going to give us access to everything. It allows, basically unlocks all the other stuff. Getting everything back, sorted out.
Like, this is January of 2019, he's talking to his wife. He's basically explaining the trust and how it unlocks other stuff and investments or God knows what. But like, Keith, Jennifer, Jesse, and Sophia are dead, and he's talking about the trust account. Like, family man, loves his brother, special bond. Keith's dead. This is the conversation.
Yep. And that's what that trust is going to.
2018, January 2nd takes 1,000. January 10th takes 500. 22nd takes 2,500. February takes 2,200. May takes 5,000. Prior to taking this, he's in the negative. May 15th, he takes a 401k distribution of $43,000. June 18th, he takes $7,500 from the TD Trust account to his own account, and $43 went fast because his balance on June 18th, prior to taking this money, is back down to $4,000. July, he takes $4,500. August 3rd, takes $4,000. Prior to him taking the $4,000 from the TD Trust account, he's in the negative. And then he couldn't make his mortgage payment. August 17th, takes $2,500. His balance is once again low prior to taking the money. August 28th, he takes $1,000. Prior to taking this, his balance is in the negative. He needs this trust account, ladies and gentlemen. It's not always massive amounts of money, but it's every time he can't pay something else, he goes, click, and he just takes it from Keith. Not alone, it's just theft. Repeated theft. September 4th, he takes 1,000. Prior to this, his balance was low. September 4th, he takes 300. Prior to taking this, the balance was $9. September 7th, makes it $5,200 and change payment to Allstate, but he's way in the negative. Allstate payment is returned for insufficient funds. Obviously, there wasn't enough money there to make that payment. That's why he had to ask Keith. 9/10, he makes a $765 payment for the Audi, but he's in the negative. 9/11, Audi payment is returned, insufficient funds. The next couple days, there's 5 overdraft fees. September 12th, transfers $2,500 from the EcoStar operating account to get out of the negative. September 13th, transferred $500 from EcoStar. Sorry, that one I just said that. 9/14 pays $1,265 IRS bill and is in the negative again. September 17th, takes $1,300. Prior to that, he's in the negative, and then he's back in the negative on the same day. September 18th, transfers $1,000 from EcoStar. It's not necessarily his money. September 25th to 26th, receives 2 disability payments. October, balances in the negative again on October 3rd. The next day, he takes $1,500. The next day, he's back in the negative. October 9th, he takes $2,000. October 9th, balance is back in the negative. There's an overdraft fee for insufficient funds on Discovery student loan. October 10th, he makes a mobile deposit of $4,000. October 15th, he takes $1,200. On the 17th, he's back in the negative. The 18th, he transfers $700 from the EcoStar operating account. So why would he not want to sell EcoStar? Is it not clear by looking at this? Because if EcoStar's gone, yeah, he has that $400,000 or whatever that dissipates really quickly. But he can't just transfer every time he needs money. 10/24, he receives a disability payment. 10/29, he takes $2,000. November 8th, he takes $1,000. November 15th, he takes $1,300. Prior to that, the balance was low. The next day, he's in the negative. And he stays there until the final transfer from the trust on November 19th, 2018. The same day Keith's trying to figure it out, he is stealing $1,200 from the TD Trust. We talked about the numbers, ladies and gentlemen. One of the, like we said with the theft, one of the options that you'll have when I submit you find Mr. Caneiro guilty of theft, there's over 75, and then there's like 500 or 75,000. Conservatively, there's no doubt we will ask you to find in that range. Continue to follow the evidence. Now we get to, now we know Mr. Caneiro stole $1,200 from his brother. Keith doesn't know this on November 19th, 2018. But now we go to these phone calls. The final build-up, so to speak, of what is going to happen in about just under 12 hours. Keith Caneiro, this is the beginning of his final 12 hours on this earth.
Counter Life is telling me they haven't been receiving money except an aid for it. That doesn't make any sense. Counter Life is saying they haven't received money since April. I know it's not true. I need you to send me the statement ASAP because I'm on the phone from Old Bay already. I need to access the money. Fine. Do you have it scanned somewhere?
Whatever it is, it's right there.
Do you have it scanned in Evernote? Can I log into it and grab it? Do you have the online access? I'll just go online and see it. You don't have the online access? If you could just see a way to send me the password, I'll do the research myself. Thanks.
Now, 6:05, a couple hours later. Keith tried Paul, so then he tries the house. He speaks to Susan briefly and says, I need to talk to Keith. And I need to talk to Paul. Now Paul Caneiro calls back his brother.
Hey, Steve, how are you? Sorry, they're calling the house line. I'm looking for Paul. I know he's sleeping, but I need to talk to him. Yeah, I got them. Thanks. Yeah, please. Call me on my mobile. Thanks. Yeah, thanks. Bye. I just spent the last hour and a half on the phone with the insurance company. They're saying they haven't received any money and that they took a loan against my account and they're taking another one in October, which is just in October. I need to know, show me where you're sending the checks in online. You're writing them out online. I need to know where they're going. I need you to wake up, Paul, and do it. Short of you being dead, I need to see the stuff. You need to log into your account then. You log into the TV account. Give me the log into the TV account. Your TV account, you don't know yours? You don't know your TV login. Go find it and give it to me. I need to see it now, Paul. I need to see it. I need to see it now. I need it. I understand, Paul. I understand that. I just spent half the day. Paul, I'm telling you. I need it. I need it. I need it. Give me the fucking login, Paul. Give me the login, Paul. Paul, just give me the login so I can see where the money went. They get on your computer and tell me where the money went. Paul, somebody else could read it to you there. I need to know where that money went. What's a little while, Paul? I understand you're saying you need to wake the fuck up, Paul. Paul, I'm telling you, I just spent half the day looking for this. I need to know where it went. Paul. Paul. Are you sure it went to the right place this time? You have cash checks? You have cash checks? Paul. I hear what you're saying. Paul, I'm worried. I need to know where it went. Alright, an hour or two. An hour or two. An hour or two, Paul. That means by 8 o'clock.
Keith believed him. He believed the excuse from April about paying the wrong payee accidentally. He still trusts his brother. I need to know it went to the right place this time, right? After that conversation, I said it before, does Keith's phone, does the defendant's phone, any video or anything show that Keith got a call back, he got an email, he got an answer, Mr. Caneiro looked at it? There's nothing. 1 to 2 hours. 8 o'clock, Paul. Nothing. He's up in his room. Paul Caneiro's up in his room. Playing with the laser. 6 hour. Nothing. He does nothing to rectify it. No text, no call. Can't he doesn't pay it back, right? He can't do that. He doesn't have the money to do that. Just admit it. Admit it, and we're not here. Admit it to your brother. Do something about it. And we're not here. You're not here. Keith, Jennifer, Jesse, and Sophia are. Terrible reason to kill a whole family. But only one person has any reason to kill that family, and it's him. To the negative. And when we talk about Miss Wallace, and I won't belabor, but Miss Wallace said it best in openings when she talks about those 3 income streams that Mr. Caneiro has. He's got the payroll, right? He's getting paid. He and his family are getting paid by Square One and EcoStar. He's got the disability, and then he's got the piggy bank taken from Keith. Those are the steady income streams in 17 and 18. Okay? If they get rid of EcoStar, he doesn't have that. If Miss Basu and Peter Simmons from Doris Duke say, you got a year or you don't have anything, we're moving on. He's got nothing but the disability. And it's not enough for the way he lives. It's just not enough. And he's not willing to make it work. Also, though, when we talk about motive, right, we know there's that $1.5 million from the trust account, right? And you really haven't heard us standing here. Ms. Wallace explained it in opening. We're not saying that, like, he killed Jesse, Sophia, Jennifer, and Keith for $1.5 million. That's part of it. I'd submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that had to be the only reason that he went back inside that house or went inside that house. Because that's gotta be the motivation to go in and get rid of Jennifer, Jesse, and Sophia. He killed his brother. I mean, again, I said it yesterday, not justifying, but saying he purposely, knowingly killed his brother. And it doesn't make it right. None of this makes anything right. But, like, that's why you heard all for 5 weeks, you heard about why it's so believable how he could kill his brother. It's so believable. Just understand the context and the build-up and the jealousy and the, I'm not doing this for you, Keith, anymore. I'm not coming over and fixing this, fixing that. You can understand that. But the only reason, after you execute your brother, that you make that conscious decision to walk inside that house, that dark house, betray that trust, is because the money's inside, right? The only way he gets anything, he just doesn't get anything other than, he doesn't even get anything from the businesses. Presumably it would have gone to Jennifer and the family, right? They're 50%, they're 90%. Only motivation to go in there is money. Now, does it make sense? I don't know. I struggle. Why would he kill Jennifer, Jesse, and Sophia? Why? The only thing you could think is that it's $1.5 million reasons why. He's already killed his brother. He's going the rest of the way because he knows it's how he benefits. But assume for 1 second, or maybe Jennifer came out and caught him, and that's why he had to do what he had to do, right? Jennifer walked out because she heard the gunshots, runs back inside, game on, right? Kids come down because they hear the commotion. I don't know what the answer is, to be quite frank with you. I don't know. I can't get inside Mr. Caneiro's house. All I know is that he did it. He did it. Because the evidence tells you he did it. I wish I could come up with a reason. I have no reason. I could never come up with a reason to tell you why he did what he did to the kids. I don't know what to tell you. But he did it. He did it. Because the evidence tells you he did it. This shutting cameras off and DNA transfer, and God only knows why my niece's and nephew's DNA is on my jeans in my basement. Why would I lead police there? Maybe he tried to destroy it and he just didn't do a good job. But he did it. But he also, to kind of close that loop, what Miss Wallace told you was it was less about what he stood to gain and than more about what he stood to lose, like the desperation and the frustration and the, Keith, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm sick of you owning 90%. Because he's not just losing the 3 steady streams, the theft, the disability, and the payroll. He's losing health insurance. He's losing credit cards. $143,000 in 17, $120,000 in 2018. Damn, that's not $50,000 of disposable income. That's reality. So he stood to lose. They told you the motive isn't good and all that kind of stuff, but it's good for Corey, but it's not good for Paul. But like, for Paul, it's not just about that he stood to gain 50%. It's also about all that stuff that he would have lost had Keith's plans kind of come full circle and had Keith realized that his brother is stealing from him. No, Keith has an MBA. Paul steals from Keith. And again, understand when we talk about why he did what he did and why I submit to you that the evidence is going to tell you that the only verdicts in this case will be guilty. The finances is not something that just played itself out. That's not why he was arrested. That's not why he was charged with murders. He was charged with murders because early on, we're talking before Bodie, we're talking before StarMix, right? We're not, all that stuff that was sent and Miss Danielle Reed came in here and testified. Like, before that, the DNA went to the state police lab, right? And we got results, right? We got Sophia's DNA on the knife, on the handle, right? And we got Sophia's DNA on the jeans. We're talking about that random match probability. I'd submit to you that random match probability, likelihood ratios, they're just 2 different ways to explain the importance of DNA. I mean, when you're going to say that like 49 billion is not like probative, that it's actually the defendant's blood on those jeans or DNA on those jeans, like you're trying hard to justify what looks really bad. Okay? But remember, we had that DNA before we had all the other DNA. We had DNA. You heard it. The first witness, Chris Simkoviak. I think I actually said it right. And then we also had Chris Clayton with the ballistics. Because think about what that means. So the financial stuff it's a buildup, right? It's a process, getting records and trying to understand the context of 2 guys who own businesses together, and they have a lot of expenses and they have clients and they have to figure it out. That's why we had to meet with the accountant and the insurance guy. They're sophisticated insurance people. I mean, he's got 3 disability insurance policies. Like, I didn't even know that was a thing. Just follow the evidence. And again, when we talk about the finance and the motive and stuff like that and whether or not it justifies anything, like, think about the fact that within hours of the investigation, Lieutenant Catalona searches the Porsche Cayenne, Susan Cannell's car, at the Ocean Township Police Department. The car, he never thought he was going to have to drive to the police department. Never thought it was going to be searched. It's the barrel. Like, I don't care how much he loves the backpack. I don't care how much it's an extension of his wallet. But you want to have some stuff in your backpack? Sure, okay. It's actually a tactical backpack. I work with a lot of detectives who carry basically the same bag. And they have stuff in there, okay? But like, that? Silencers over there? I'm not going to belabor it. He didn't use it. We told you that. We told you he didn't use a silencer. It's interesting, though, why he's got a silencer in his backpack. It's because, really, in reality, he doesn't want it to be with all the guns that are lawfully registered, right? And the rifles and stuff, the gun cleaning supplies, and the, you know, the hanging targets, practice shooting. Because the silencer looks bad. Like, there's no reason to have a silencer. He didn't use it. He didn't need it. We know it. Kapoor heard it from 2 miles away, right? The gunshots. Remember, he's fleeing that scene, thinking to himself, damn, we're in Colts Neck, it's wide open. Somebody's gonna hear that. Like, you gotta assume someone's calling 911 when there's 6 gunshots in the middle of the night. I mean, you have to. That's why he's sloppy. That's why he got the hell out of there quickly. And that's why he went back. But like, before we talk about motive, ladies and gentlemen, why is he taking this out of the 6 hour? If you're getting set up, you're not taking this out. Now, Chris Clayton, he figured it out. It wasn't hard for him to figure it out. He test fired this barrel. He test fired the barrel that was in the 6 hour as they found it in the locked metal cabinet in his basement. He figured it out. The barrel from the gun that was in the cabinet, just in case they found it, that barrel doesn't match. This isn't like, oh, they're both 6 hours, et cetera, like all the ammunition is going to match. No, it's not like that. That's not what Clayton told you. 1 6 hour could have been manufactured seconds after the one before it. And the ballistics will never match. Bullets, gun, they only link. Bullet matches to 1 barrel. 1 barrel because it's fired out of here. Let's just keep that in context. This, ladies and gentlemen, this killed Keith Caneiro. This likely shot Jesse Caneiro. You heard the testimony. Dr. Thomas said she couldn't conclusively say it, but it appeared to display patterns consistent with the gunshot wound through the chin, like a graze wound. And you know we found the bullet in the kitchen a few feet away from where Jesse was. So, context, investigation, step. Build up. Not zeroing in. You know, if this didn't match, or the gun didn't match the projectiles, I don't know, do we maybe look somewhere else? If the DNA didn't come back to him, and he didn't come back to his niece in the basement, do we look somewhere else? Yes. But like, should we be stupid? Or should we follow the evidence? Again, we're talking about the backpack. We just talked about the barrel was in there. He's got savings bonds. He's got Colombian currency. He's got a driver's license. He's got his passport. You saw the pictures, it's here. His passport. Rowdy Keith. Got every card in his wallet, right? Including, it's not in his wallet like in his pants. It's in a backpack in his backyard, in his back seat. Like, how is someone else getting this driver's license into that backpack with the barrel and the silencer and the passport and the money and the savings bonds? You're going to set him up. You picked the wrong car. It doesn't make any sense. You're putting that stuff in the Macan, no doubt, if you're trying to set someone up. Not in this car. This is where they found the barrel. It's in a pinch bag, you see. It's the barrel. Paper towels. And interestingly, too, when you look at those paper towels, when you look at the photos from where the DNA is found with the jeans and the scarf, and the shirt, all that kind of stuff. You see paper towels, like he wraps this in paper towels. The same way there was paper towels in that pile. Silencer. This is where we found the gun. Right here. Ammunition right here. Fiocchi's down there. You know, after we find the barrel, and after we find the gun, then we get some DNA results, and it's starting to look like we're not zeroing in on the wrong guy, right? Just following the evidence. This is where it's found. This is the jeans, and there's one pair of jeans. There's one pair of jeans. Obviously, look at the tearing on the jeans. I mean, there's a portion of these jeans that are missing. We talked about it yesterday. This is what's in the bag, because that bag was sent to the state police too. I mean, they saw that. They didn't say these are different jeans, let's test them. They saw that they were one pair of jeans. It's the blood. Blood in the gloves right here. Talk about transfer. You want to talk about transfer? Like, could some of that blood got onto the glove? The blood from the jeans got onto the glove? Of course, it's right there. But could there have already been blood on the gloves? Like, why are they in this pile? Because he's using these gloves to try not to leave DNA, to try not to leave fingerprints. Okay, like, this is like, you know, there's a lot of questions. Did Detective vote? Did he check that door? You know, did he swab it? There's blood everywhere. There's not blood everywhere. You're going to have all the photos. It's a fire scene. There's a bunch of blood in the kitchen, which Detective Cordoma explained about. You know, he's an expert in blood spatter analysis. But there's not a lot of blood in the kitchen, and you know, we get criticized because they only swab 4 areas. But like, you can't swab every single place where there's blood. State police, I think you heard, they're not going to test it all for sure. That's for sure. They took an area here, an area here, an area there, and an area here. And you know what you found? Sophia. You found Jesse's by the handprint, right? Very visible handprint on the south side of the kitchen island. And then you go around to where Jesse's found. And then, I said it yesterday, but you find that blood on the kick plate on the bottom of the stainless steel cabinets. And man, we really just figured it would be Jesse's, right? And maybe it took them so long because they were just trying to piece this together. Like, what can we do to kind of explain one day to a jury what happened in that kitchen? And lo and behold, that testing, that area is Jesse. We know they found him dead there. He's lying on the ground. He's up against the cabinet. He's got the blood there. But who would have thought that Sophia's blood's there? Like, she's trying to help her brother. She's bleeding. There's no other explanation other than like, Jesse. And then for some reason, she's bleeding in the kitchen. And she decides, I'm sure she didn't want to decide, to run away. And she goes upstairs. And that's where she's left. That's where she's incapacitated to the extent that she can't get the hell out of that house. I'd submit to you that that's that stab wound through the face into the brain. And that's why she had all the smoke. She had all the soot. She was 49% carboxyhemoglobin. Dr. Zane told you, and I'm not going to belabor this, you know she suffered. Horrible. 10% you might get nauseous, right? 40% you could die. 49% is what she had. Her cause of death was not just, like, it wasn't, be clear, what Dr. Zane told you is the cause of death. It wasn't a contributing cause. It was the cause of death was sharp force injuries and smoke inhalation. You know, the special bond with Jesse didn't have the stab wound to his face like that. I don't know. Passport, bag, all his credit cards. The knife he had, the bag. The flare, I don't know. I mean, again, the cameras are shut off, so I don't know if he's walking around like this with a spare phone that's in, he's got a ton of spare phones in his bag. I don't know if he used it. I can't tell you. We lost the ability to tell you certain things because of the choices that the defendant made to make it difficult or simply impossible to see what happened. The Audi key, some other keys, his college applications. Ms. Restrepo told you about that. Her daughter's college applications. Passport. Caneiro. It kind of leads you to the question that I'm sure, I suspect you're all asking, is like, where was Paul Caneiro going to go? Like, there's no other explanation. And I don't know that, I'm not saying he had a plan. He didn't really have a lot of time to have a plan. He comes home at 4:08, packs the backpack, has to figure out how to set the fire, get the clothes in the corner, take them off, switch clothes, make sure I don't have shoes on because I want to make it look like I'm sleeping. But like, that bag, whether he carries it all the time, it doesn't always have that stuff in there. Like, there's no way, and we know that the barrel was just used in Colts Neck, I don't know, like an hour later, or hour earlier, right? That barrel was used in Colts Neck. You know, that bag, like, he put that bag in there before, obviously before he pulled the car out of the garage, right? 5 o'clock. This barrel is used at like 3:26, let's say, Dennis Kapoor, right? So like, no matter what he had in that bag normally, he didn't normally have this in the bag. And I bet he didn't normally have the silencer in the bag. And I bet he didn't normally have the passport in the bag. And I bet he didn't have like a ton. A ton of savings bonds. Caitlin and Marissa Caneiro. Like, he's got a safe in the garage. That big black safe you saw spinning. Like, what the hell are these doing in the backpack? Listen, not the biggest piece of evidence, but like, think about it. What's he thinking? He's thinking that, like, listen, if the cops show up and like it doesn't look suspicious, you know, like we had nothing to do with the fire, they're not going to question us about it. It just looks like, you know, they're going to start an investigation. Maybe they'll, whatever, look for whatever. But like, if he's got a minute, I mean, think about what he just did. Like, he's got no choice, man. He's using that passport and he's getting the hell out of here. But he never had the opportunity to, because he never left the Ocean Township Police Department. Because we found certain things quickly enough to make it clear that he had something to do with this fire. Now, he wasn't charged with murder right away. I think Detective Zerillo told you that. It's like 8 days later or something. So it's not like they just said, you killed everybody and they charged him. No. But based upon the evidence they uncovered pretty quickly in Ocean, the cameras and all that kind of stuff, and shutting off the cameras, he gets charged with the arson in his own house. Digress a lot, so some of these slides I've probably said ad nauseum to you already. But this is about evidence, and it's not about one little piece of evidence. It's about the combination of a ton of evidence that is all pointing squarely to Paul Caneiro. Talked about that. But I kind of want to close this because, you know, it was brought up in opening statements that there was another brother. And it sounded to me, my recollection is that basically they were saying that Corey Caneiro did this, right? Now, I just wanted to put in context, like, that you have not heard anything about anyone entering that house other than him or other than his family in Colts Neck. I mean, in Ocean. Like, you have not seen other people on camera. You have not seen other evidence. So let's just think about if he's framed. Okay, because again, if what they argued in openings and yesterday in summations is in any way true, he has to be the unluckiest man in the world, because we would have seen this had he not shut off his own cameras. So it's like, kind of shot up his own house. So, between 1:31 and 2:08, because remember though, Paul Caneiro told the police he was asleep, right? He told them that he hadn't been in the basement since 4 p.m. the day before. You know that's true. But between 1:31, that's when he shuts off the cameras in the basement, on camera, and 2:08 when the car leaves. Corey or whoever has to sneak inside 27 Tilton. Now, Caitlin Caneiro told you when she testified, Ms. Wallace asked her, you know, she was the last one to go upstairs that night. I think she said it was about 11:30. Ms. Wallace asked her, were the doors locked? Like the rear doors that you heard a lot about. You heard that they were open, right? Lieutenant Catalona told you about that? How he also told you about how he checked all the doors for visible fingerprints and things like that, and he didn't find any. But those doors, when she went to bed, are unlocked. How is someone getting in this locked house? How is Corey Caneiro getting in it? You didn't hear, like, you heard a lot, like, oh, Corey came over one time or several times with the kids and used the pool when we weren't home. Like, who was that? That's like, hey, Corey's been alone in the home before. He could have done something. But did he? No. Did you hear any of that evidence? No. Is it evidence? No. Okay? They're trying to kind of give that, like, oh, Corey was there alone once. Like, maybe he did it. Okay, so between 1:31 when we know he's awake, okay, last time, like, you see him awake because it's the last time a camera's on. Between that time and 2:08, Paul's got to go to bed, fall asleep, and someone's got to figure out how the hell to get into that house. Several of the doors have chimes, right? You know, you heard about the soundproofing. I've never heard that before, but you heard it. I guess there were some soundproof rooms. That's convenient now, but it is what it is. Corey or whoever's now also got to get in the house, he's got to go down to the basement, he's got to figure out where to, I guess, find a key or a combination to the lock for the safe with the guns, because he's got to get the guns, right? Got to get the gun, got to get the Fiocchi ammunition. He's got to find the key to the Macan, right? I mean, I think it's safe to assume when you have a loaner car, and I think he only had it for a couple days, I knew it was a short period of time, but one of his daughters said that. Like, anybody get a loaner car when their car's getting serviced and get more than one key? But it's not buying the car. You're not buying the car. They're giving you one key. This is the Audi key, but it's one key. Okay, so he's got to find the key. He then has to go back outside quietly, get in the car, drive to Colts Neck, do everything he did in Colts Neck. Take the panel off, disable the generator. No testimony that anyone other than, not even Ben kind of said it, who was like aware of everything, but like the only person you ever heard about any knowledge about the generator and all that electricity and stuff in the basement is Paul Caneiro. But whoever goes to Colts Neck, they got to rip the panel off, disable the generator, they got to shoot Keith with, like, I mean, there's no other way to explain it. You saw the photos. I got one right here when we talk about Keith. Like, he's got one shot in the back, comes out the stomach, through his hand. Every other gunshot is here up. I mean, that's a guy, that's a shooter who goes to gun ranges. That's a shooter who's got multiple guns. That's a shooter who practices. That's a guy who's got, you know, things in the backpack. One of the is this one. The Mantis training system in the backpack in the Cayenne with the barrel and the silencer. Those are accurate shots. They're like crazy accurate shots. And that's like a guy who's got targets hanging in his basement next to the rest of his guns in his gun locker. That is like marksmanship. You don't need a laser. A laser target's only for practice, not the real thing. He's got to cut the ONT line in the basement. He's got to go back to Tilden. He's got to park the Macan. He's got to, again, get back in the house quietly when Marissa, Caitlin, Susan, and I guess Paul are all asleep in the house. That person then has to go back down to the basement, take the clothes off, stick them in the area where we would have seen them stick it, had the camera not been shut off. They had to go over by the gun safe. I guess now they must have the key or the combination at this point because they got it out the first time. But now they got to get the gun back in there. They got to take the barrel out. They got to know how to take the barrel out. Sergeant Clayton told you it's not complicated. I mean, I don't have a gun, so I've heard how you do it. You just pop the slide off, put the barrel in, take the barrel out, whatever. But they got to do that, and they got to have a reason to do that, which is very inconsistent with what we're talking about, setting someone up. And again, they'd be doing all this by that locker in that gun area with the cleaners and all that stuff. They'd be doing it in a place where they should have been on camera, but they weren't because of him. So he's either guilty of murder or he's the unluckiest man in the world. Person then has to get back out of the house, set the fire at 4:30. And then interestingly, I said it yesterday, but I don't know how the guys, the mystery guys that are at the house at 4:30, if that time's accurate, are still there at 5:02, 5:01 and change when that second blaze starts in the garage area by the driveway. Like 32 minutes these guys are going to stick around? That's about as dumb as knocking on the door after you set fire to a house. It doesn't make any sense. It's just a way to try to figure out a way to say that despite the evidence all pointing to me and all being extremely devastating, hey, I got set up. But all these steps set fire to the house, put Paul's backpack not into the Macan, but into the Cayenne in the garage. And again, third place, we should have seen that backpack go into the Cayenne because it's in the garage and you saw it when he shut off the cameras. Unluckiest man in the world. And then Corey's got to go back before Caitlin calls and his wife gives him the phone and they speak before he comes over and takes him out for bagels. All these things would have had to happen. And he's only been asleep for what? I mean, he's in the basement at 1:31. Like, how quickly could Paul Caneiro have gone upstairs and gone to bed? Like what? I mean, minimum, he's got to go upstairs, he's got to lie down. No matter how tired it is, it takes a couple minutes. Like, within 20 minutes of that, all of a sudden, someone's sneaking into the basement and taking the gun and then leaving and then coming back and somehow getting in without serving anyone, without the dogs barking. The doors are locked, etc. And again, I didn't show this yesterday, I skipped past it by accident, but like, in the context of where Mr. Caneiro is at 1:31, and he's not sleeping, within a few minutes of this, someone else has got to sneak down here, right? And get that gun right out of here. Locked, you saw that big lock, there's pictures, you'll have it, take a look. I forget the way Catalan described it, but it's like, there's some like twisting part of it. It's like, it's a strong lock. He had to use bolt cutters to cut it off. But we would have seen it. If someone else did it, we would have seen it. But we didn't, because it was him. And that's why he shut the camera. Talked about that. Why would you swap the barrel? Why would you plant the blood on the evidence in the defendant's basement and then try to destroy it if you wanted to set someone up? It just doesn't make any sense. It's like, I hate this analogy. A lot of prosecutors use this analogy. It's like another thing I said I never do, but it's like the kid caught with their hand in the cookie jar, right? You know, mom walks in and catches the kid in the kitchen. He's got his hand in the cookie jar. He's got some crumbs on him, and all of a sudden his mom's like, "What are you doing, Paul?" And he goes, "It was Corey." That's what That's really what we're talking about here. Follow the evidence. Follow the evidence. You know, it's implausible to understand how someone gets Mr. Caneiro's DNA on the inside of his jeans and in other places that we've talked about. Now, we're getting there. And obviously, you probably all recall video that was ultimately obtained from the Wise cameras at Keith's house. Same grouping of cameras where we saw the conversation in the office and in the kitchen. This is the garage north camera, and obviously this is we played about 16 minutes of video, 2:35 to 2:51, and you see someone appear, right? And then you hear that metallic noises as the person's ripping the panel out or trying to, and it's taking time. You see the person go that way. But we're gonna watch a portion. See the glove there? Black glove. Going back towards the generator. We just saw a small portion. There's about 15 minutes. At times the light comes on, light comes off. He goes through, he goes over by the generator. That's where he's kind of over by the generator, over here. But he's not really gone very long because we know it's just a switch. Because if you know where it is, you just shut the auto on off switch off, right? There's a lot of talk about measuring this. Like, yeah, you could measure this, right? You could see where that third panel is and how tall it is, right? But the problem with that is that there's no way to really tell because this camera's at an angle. Like, we're not shooting straight, right? So there's no way to tell or estimate the size of that person, I would submit to you. I would submit to you that what we're gonna look at here, you slow it down, you can pause it, you can do whatever you want. But this person, regardless, and I know it's paused here, but if you watch it, feel free to watch it again. This person's got hair, right? Hair. And they're wearing black nitrile gloves. And that's entirely consistent with all the evidence. Now, obviously, nobody is identifying that person, right? It's impossible. But when you look at all the other evidence in his car that's driving on Willow Brook just a little bit earlier and then parking, out here, right? Out here past the solar panels, either on that driveway or in that little opening on the grass, walks right up to this area, right? And remember, when we look out here, this is just a little patio here, and this is exactly where we find the shell casings. So he shuts off the generator, shuts off the electric. He actually doesn't even shut off the solar panels, which shows you that you kind of have to know the house, right? Because what you found out about the solar panel array is that it's not a backup source of power. And I don't know, I'm no electrician, but I would have thought that the solar panel might have done something when the power goes out, but it actually doesn't. And really the only people that know that are the people that were there when it was installed and the house was being built. Paul Caneiro, Keith Caneiro. So you wonder why that wasn't shut off, because it didn't need to be. But when you think about the evidence in this case, and I know hair is it's a little fact, it's just a little thing, right? But that's not Corey Caneiro. That's not Keith Caneiro in the middle of the night either, because they're both bald. And these gloves right here, Paul Caneiro's DNA on them. Just showed them to you. So it's like, we can't tell you everything. You know, I wish maybe we saw something out here at around 3:42 with someone leaving the house, right? But we can't because he shut the power off. He shut the power off. Shut it off in Ocean, and he shut it off in Colts Neck. And when you do that, it makes you look really guilty. And I'd submit to you, it makes it look bad when you're trying to argue that we didn't do this or we didn't find this. Because we had no ability after 2:51 to see anything.
We'll talk about that in a second.
Shutting off the camera, video from your rear neighbor, other surveillance cameras on Tilden, barrel in the bag with the silencer, DNA in your basement, right by the point of origin. No, I'm surprised I haven't said this yet, but like, sloppy, right? You know, like smart tech guy who just killed his niece and nephew, and he's really just trying to figure out what the hell to do. Get rid of the evidence. Should have torched it directly, right? Nothing you can do about the gun because you can't hide the gun because it's registered, right? We talked about that yesterday. But like, you should have just torched it directly, like torched it, put it outside. One would have thought, though, setting that fire outside that window, with the window open and pointing right into where this stuff's found, it should have been destroyed. Again, like, Ocean Township Fire Department really screwed Mr. Caneiro. That was the plan. Just didn't work. Talk about the no shoes, like, his daughter said the other day that no one else had shoes on other than their mom. I didn't see that in the DVR, but, I mean, in the body-worn cameras. But regardless, I said it probably twice yesterday. He's got time to go back in the house. He comes out, fuck, I hit my hand, or whatever it is. Which, you know, even Caitlin Caneiro acknowledged that, like, she didn't actually see her dad hit his hand. She heard him say it. I personally, I'm sorry. I don't, he either was saying it to try to make his daughter think like he hit his hand, because he's got that hand injury, and that hand injury comes from Colts Neck. Like, I'm sorry. There's no way that hand injury happened fleeing a fire, which, when they fled the fire, wasn't even that bad yet. I mean, there's some smoke, there's no flames, they're going down the stairs, they're leaving, not saying it's not alarming, but like, that hand injury, I mean, there's no other way to look at it other than it's gotta be from Sophia Caneiro. 17 sharp force injuries. And then Dr. Zhang told you about the blunt force injuries. He's got gloves on, right? But get the hell out of that hand somehow. But here, like we talk about, this is the mudroom, 27 Tilden. I won't belabor this, but this is the mudroom, and this is what you pass as you go into the garage to get the Cayenne to pull it out. I mean, here you just have like a pile of stuff, a pile of shoes. The next picture, there's other shoes. Like, I would suggest to you, in combination with all the evidence, is that like not wearing shoes that morning was just like a really trying way too hard to make it look like you were sleeping and you weren't in Colts Neck killing everybody. That's what that looks like to me. It's no coincidence. Again, when we talk about what cameras would have shown, this is the kitchen. This is the Wise camera on the counter at 15 Willow Brook, right next to Sophia's picture. Staring right out over here, exactly where Jesse is found lying on the floor. Jesse, lying on the floor. These are the kitchen cabinets, the jury box. It's lying right here. What's here? What's here? The mudroom, the garage, the door with the Nest cam, freedom, life. He was so freaking close to the outside. But power was cut. the Nest camera, I'll talk about it quickly. They kept showing it during cross-examination. That picture of the Nest cam, right? Of what, they just kept showing it. And then all of a sudden, Lieutenant Petrozello testified. And then, he got asked about it. And it was like, oh, there's actually, an explanation, right? The Nest camera, so this is the door next to the garage. Okay, well, I think it's right here. It's the door next to the garage. So the garage is right over here. This is the front door, right? There's a bunch of video from Wise with people coming in the garage. It's kind of what they did. They pulled their cars in the garage. So, I'd submit to you that this door didn't really get used very much. But what this picture actually is the exact same picture, notifications at Nest to Keith Caneiro in Ocean. Your cameras just got shut off. This is what it showed. This is a notification at 2:52 in the morning to Keith Caneiro saying your Nest camera is off. We know why it's off, because the panel just got ripped off and the generator's off. So the camera shuts off at 2:52 a.m. Lord only knows what this camera would have showed. But he cut the power. So I don't know what I don't understand what the point of this picture is. They argue to you that Petrozello should have followed up. He told you he got a communications data warrant, which is a search warrant for companies like electronic providers, service providers, like Nest. And he requested the records for November 19th, November 20th, because really that's what else is relevant. And what he got back from Nest was that there was no footage. There were no activations. They're acting like this is an activation on the 20th. It's not an activation. This didn't come on because someone's at the door. It came on, or it gets emailed to him saying, this is what your camera looked like when it was cut. It's not an activation. It's a notification. Just like Paul Caneiro's. Like the one picture in Mr. Caneiro's basement, when he cuts the power, he's standing by the guns, in the storage locker. So he's in the picture. The other one, he's not actually in the picture when it gets unplugged. I don't know if they're both unplugged from the same place and he's only in one picture and not the other. But they're right next to each other, so he's there. But this is nothing. If there was video there was an activation at, let's say, 2:45, we would have got it from Nest. But there wasn't any, because no one was in this area. He's over on the other side of the garage, ripping the panel off. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is just confirming, all it is. It's confirming that the power was disconnected at 2:51, 2:52, just like that Wise camera showed you. Because kind of like the DVR in the garage, it's like, he's there, it's 2:51 and change, and all of a sudden, camera's off. Coincides with the noise and the jiggling and the ripping of the panel and the door on the ground, right? And the meter on the floor.
Can I see the attorneys for a second? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give your mid-morning break at this point in time. Please don't discuss this case or do any research, and we'll be back out at about 10 minutes to 11. Thank you all. Get your lights back on. everybody in 15 minutes.
Thank you, Judge.
Everyone's back, and we'll continue with the summations of the state.
We're done. Want to try to push towards the end of this and talk a little bit about the DNA, right? The DNA and what it actually means and what it doesn't mean. Now, I've said it many times, but his DNA, his genes, his house, Sophia and Jesse's DNA on it. Dr. Wright told you, relatives share DNA, we got it. Does that change, though, the cross-examination of Dr. Wright? And how he indicated that many of these samples conclusively and reliably showed that the victim's DNA were on his clothes that he tried to destroy. That allele sharing argument, the question marks in the one column with Corey, it's just desperation and another attempt at betraying another member of his family. Here's the knife, and this was recovered. As you recall, you can see the state of it now. Detective Vogt testified about how it was found in the foyer area, right? Kind of in an area that had been kind of, not necessarily dug out, but kind of collected in that area. And you'll recall that that's the area where Jennifer Caneiro was found. Remember those pictures? She had a little yellow blanket that they put on top of her, right at the top of the stairs that go down to the basement. And then her daughter is up the stairs on the landing. And that knife, obviously they didn't put the knife into that block in the kitchen, right? Because they didn't want to contaminate or transfer any evidence. But you could see, and you heard the testimony, that that knife came from Keith Caneiro's own kitchen. The knife that at least took part in the murder of Jennifer Caneiro, and took part in at least, because we don't necessarily know if that's the only knife that was used, right? That's the knife that was found. We don't know, potentially, if he left with another knife. I mean, you know from the testimony in this case, you brought out that black bag with Detective Catalona. You walked it up here, and we didn't really open it up and show you everything in it. Really no need. You saw some pictures in one of those drawers that was over by the metal gun locker in Mr. Paul Caneiro's house. By all the guns, there's a bunch of knives in there. But obviously at some point, he has to turn to another weapon. They're arguing that because there's a gun and because there's a knife, there's two people. But what evidence of there is that? You saw the garage camera, right? That's 15, 16 minutes of footage that shows one person. It's like he has a ton of bullets and all that kind of stuff, and he would have brought enough bullets. What if, for instance, he was just going to shoot everybody once? Or, he obviously could have shot Keith Caneiro once. I mean, one bullet, at the end of the day, would have killed Keith Caneiro. That one last shot on the jacket with the gunshot residue, and you heard from Judith Link from the state police, that cruciform tear, which is consistent with the gun firing against the fabric and causing that tearing, that was enough. So the fact that maybe he didn't quite bring enough ammunition, does that mean there's two people involved? I mean, presumably, he had a magazine. We don't know which magazine he used, because he had hundreds of magazines in his house. But we know how many bullets were found, right? We know how many bullets were found, and we'll talk about that when we get to the ballistics, but we're going to go to DNA. Now, again, importantly, because they did a lot to try to want to say denigrate, but they were trying to point out things about likelihood ratios and mixtures and things like that with the Bodie and with the Star Mix. You heard about Star Mix and how like 90 plus labs in the United States are using it now. State Police got it in 2022. That's why we went to Bodie. And, State Police was actually kind of like behind the game, like because of COVID, and a lot of labs have it. And basically 80%, I think they said, of labs in the United States are using it. But like, put that aside for a second, because that's just a way, like Dr. Reich said, is that like, he see the majority of what he sees as a DNA analyst is mixtures. So mixtures are common. So like when you see like, they test something and there's two contributors and maybe there's just like a little bit of the second one, there's not enough there, there's a mixture. That's what Star Mix is able to do. And like comparing numbers, like, Sophia is 8 sextillion or whatever, likelihood ratio, like, that's great, right? I mean, that's very appropriate. That's her DNA. But like in that one sample, the defendant in that mixture might only be like 400,000. But that's also because, as you heard, there's something called like average peak heights and RFU and all that stuff, and I'm not going to get into the weeds. But like basically you have two contributors, and one of them there's not a lot of that DNA in that mixture, but it's there. And Star Mix is able to actually opine on mixtures better than like real humans can. And that's why Star Mix exists. But, it was brought up that like Star Mix doesn't give you a yes and no answer. Well, random match probabilities don't give you a yes or no answer anyway. DNA does not give you a yes or no. It basically says with an RMP that, like in a hypothetical population of 1 million people, like I asked Dr. Wright, you would expect to find this profile one time. That's like how rare it is. So we look at sample 6-1-4-1, which is the right front shin of the genes. Right front shin is one of these samples over here. That was actually tested by the State Police, and ultimately they generated one of those random match probabilities. One of the ones I think they intimated are more accurate. I would submit to you that they're all accurate. It's DNA. It's just DNA is DNA. It doesn't lie. It doesn't tell you where it came from or who put it there, but it doesn't lie. It's just that sometimes, given the amount of DNA in a particular area, because remember, we're talking about one of these little white cuttings, we're talking about a small area, because you don't just like throw the genes in a conveyor belt and it comes out and says, this is all Sophia, this is all Jesse. You have to sample different parts of it. When we talk about Jesse's DNA, they said ultimately that Jesse's DNA, or Jesse was the source of the DNA on the right front shin of these genes. And when you talk about how rare that is, right, that's really what they're trying to tell you when they give you that answer. They said that he was the source. And what they need to call something the source from their protocol, their standard operating procedures and analytical thresholds and things like that, is that the RMP has to be greater than 1 in 7 trillion. So in a population of 7 trillion people, which is actually a lot bigger than the amount of people that have ever walked the face of the earth, you would expect to find that profile once. Jesse's DNA, Paul Caneiro's genes. Now, we talked about a scraping from the inside collar of a shirt, one of the shirts that's in that pile. DNA profile is approximately 100 million times more likely to occur if H1 is true, which is basically that Paul Caneiro is contributor 1 to that sample. So like I said, we learned quickly that Sophia, that Jesse was a little later, but we learned quickly that several areas on those genes had Sophia Caneiro's DNA. So that's quickly. So like that's, again, like before we start digging into finances and all that kind of stuff, we see his car leave, come back, and then they find, well, the dog hits, the cadaver dog, hits on the set of human remains, and lo and behold, the state police tells us that's Sophia Caneiro's blood. follow the evidence. Same way they told us early on that her DNA was on the handle, which tells you that that's the knife that was thrust into multiple areas of her body. So when we talked about some of the star mix evidence, some of the DNA that was tested by Bodie, we talk about sample. I think Dr. Reich in his PowerPoint, he had three samples he talked about. The first was E01A1, which is, I've said it many times, but it's the inside of the genes above the knee, right? It's kind of like wearing DNA. Like, you know, that's where you get things when you move, and you walk, in the shed. Now, when he talked about it, he was like pointing out different things, and I'm not sure why he chose that sample, because it's very probative, A, and B, it's extremely conclusive. But what he didn't tell you is that contributor 1 was Sophia Caneiro with a likelihood ratio of 470 sextillion. That number doesn't just come out of the blue, that's science. And then contributor 2 was Paul Caneiro with a likelihood ratio of 3.7 quintillion. And when I asked Dr. Reich on cross-examination, are those reliable results? Sophia's results and the likelihood ratio, Paul Caneiro's results and the likelihood ratio. Is that reliable? And he said, yes. E01C1, another area on the genes. This is the exterior front right thigh. So up here, Sophia Caneiro, single source right here. He was saying, oh, you know, you could do a random match probability. I guess you could. But I think he said that the number would actually probably, interestingly he said that. He said if you did a random match probability on that number, 2.1 septillion, I think basically what he said is that it should be about the same, i.e. they're both pretty accurate. And that likelihood ratio is 2.1 septillion. Again, all numbers, when we put them in context, are bigger than the amount of people that are on the earth today, 8 billion we heard, and the number forever is about 100 billion. Again, Dr. Reich, this is reliable. I asked him specifically, is that a reliable result? Yes. E02B1, interior of glove 1. I know we saw the 6 gloves. Contributor 1, Sophia Caneiro. LR of 1 septillion. Dr. Reich, that's okay. That's reliable, right? Nothing wrong with that. E03A1, glove 2, exterior, contributor 1, 59%. Likelihood ratio of 100 quadrillion. Then we got to contributor 2, Paul Caneiro, 41%. LR of 45 quadrillion. That's actually like not, it's kind of like it's not an equal, it's not a 50-50 mixture, but like it's more Sophia, but there's a lot of Paul in there, right? And Dr. Reich, when asked by me, said, those conclusions are reliable. It's their expert saying that. E03B1, glove, interior, and they acknowledge, I think all the DNA people acknowledge that, like, we don't necessarily know which is the inside, which is the outside of those gloves. Like, it's just kind of impossible to tell. It's the way they came to it. However they got the glove, they treated the exterior as the exterior, interior as interior. But quite frankly, there's results on those gloves from interiors and exteriors that are very probative, so I would submit to you that, like, he gloved up. He gloved up. You saw it on the video. He gloved up because he didn't want to leave anything. Now the car is so clean. Sophia, 97% of that mixture, 980 sextillion. Dr. Reich says there's nothing wrong with that result. Glove 4 exterior, Sophia Caneiro, 94%. LR of 726 sextillion. Nothing wrong with that result. Glove 5, Sophia Caneiro, you get the point. 870 sextillion. I mean, a bunch of this stuff went out together. Probably didn't need to test all these areas of all these gloves. But I mean, consistently, you're finding that Sophia Caneiro's blood is on these genes. E06B1 at the glove. And here we see contributor 1 this time, 58%, is Paul Caneiro with an LR of 49 billion. Sophia Caneiro, 42%, 19 quadrillion. No issue with either result from Dr. Reich, who was asked by, who was testifying on behalf. Keith Caneiro, this is a swab from the lower kitchen cabinet. This is one of the ones we talked about. This is the one where it's Jesse's blood at the bottom, and Sophia is down there clearly bleeding in the kitchen, but not where she was found dead. Not dead. But the two of them contribute to the blood on that lower cabinet. It's telling in that these are extremely probative DNA results. They're very reliable based upon the testimony that you heard from even their expert. But it's very probative, like, what the hell was happening in the dark in the kitchen. E11, this is a underneath the pull-out drawer near the sink, Sophia's DNA. The E12D, this was actually early DNA. This was like before we went to Bodie, and when we looked at that scarf, ultimately you saw the testimony that there was a bunch of defects in the scarf, and there was also, I think, 3 hairs. When you look at defects here, it's hard to tell a little bit, but there's some holes in here, which are consistent with knives, like the blade of a knife, maybe holding the scarf around your hand, the gloves, because at some point this scarf is in Colts Neck, and at some point this scarf ends up with strands of hair, longer strands of hair from a late 8-year-old Sophia Caneiro. And when they tested this, the random match probability, meaning in a population of 14 octillion people, you would expect to find that DNA profile one time. E13 that was a scraping. Let me be clear, just so the record's clear. That was a scraping of the scarf. Once they took the hairs off, they scraped it to try to get a cross-section of, see if they'd get any DNA off it. And ultimately what they came up with on that was Sophia Caneiro. That was the 1 in 14 octillion. The hairs, we have E13, E14, they're 2 hairs, and the results in a population of 4.1 octillion or 34 septillion, you would expect to find that one time. We talked about section 61-4-1, that's Jesse's DNA. Dr. Reich says that's reliable. This is what we look at. We're looking at the Bodie chart. And, I think there was one sample that I asked him about Mr. Caneiro's DNA, and it was the one time he tried to kind of, I'm not sure if that's reliable, I'm not sure. And then I showed him a transcript, and we kind of resolved it. He has said in the past that that is reliable. Their DNA expert concedes Sophia's DNA is on the jeans, it's on the scarf with defects, it's on the glove. All items from the defendant's basement. They're all reliable according to the defense DNA expert. He concedes Paul's DNA inside the jeans, we talked about it, and on 3 different nitrile gloves, black nitrile gloves, just like the one seen on the hand in the video at 235 to 251 outside 15 Willow Brook, next to the electrical panel. He says those LRs of 45 quadrillion, 200 million, and 49 billion are reliable results. You can see it's Jesse's DNA. So what we know is that Jesse, Sophia, and Paul all contributed to DNA on the jeans. Sophia's DNA is on the scarf, the hair. Sophia and Paul are on the gloves. This was played for you during the course of trial. It's Paul Caneiro having a conversation with the office manager, and it kind of relates to partially.
Tell her, please. I never needed her any more than I need her now.
I know, and it really, the stability was not really the main thing. It was, the fear.
Tell her, don't worry about it. They got what they wanted. I'm here.
So, in December of 2018, after he's charged, he's trying to get a former employee to come back and run the business. Like, that's what he's worried about on December 5th, 2018, despite the fact that he's facing murder charges. His brother's dead, sister-in-law, Jesse and Sophia. But what Tiffany's saying on that phone call is that Larissa, the other employee, doesn't want to come back because she's scared. And what Mr. Caneiro says is, there's nothing to be scared of. I'm here. Doesn't say, because you heard some testimony that like Corey worked with the business to try to keep it running after the fact. Doesn't say. What he doesn't is kind of telling, and it's kind of probative of really who did this. It's a little thing again, but he doesn't say like, be careful, Corey's showing up at the business. Like, that's what you got to worry about. He's saying, don't worry, there's nothing to be afraid of. Because they're worried that like someone's out there. Keith's dead, Paul had a fire. They don't know the whole story yet. Nobody does, because we're still working on it. Don't be afraid of Corey, who's at the business every day. They got what they wanted. I'm here. Again, this comes back to, because that was December 5th, so we're in the midst of the investigation. Because like I said, this stuff it doesn't appear, okay? This is effort. This is investigation. This is seizing items and sending them places to get tested to try to see. You don't know what you're going to find when you send ballistics to the ballistics lab. You don't know what the answer is going to be. You don't know what the DNA people are going to tell you. So you're in the midst of that. But then when you start to get those results, does it tell you anything other than Paul Caneiro did this? Again, this is just something I wanted to show because we talked about it earlier, but when you look at the rear and where the fire started, right in here, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's just the context of what Dr. Gould's camera is showing you. Just so you can understand that, like, you did see the origin of the fire. You did see when it started. And you might have missed the very beginning of this, you know, the lighting. Obviously, it wasn't. I wish it was that light. Maybe you would have saw someone walk across. But it was dark out because it's 5 o'clock in the morning. This is the fire. This is the point of origin. The DNA is right inside there. And this line right here, if I had the picture, you'll have it, but John Lightbody, who did the origin of cause, he testified about a picture that's in this living room over here, right here. And you could see there was some like crown molding. It's kind of like up here. It's like some crown molding here. And there's like a, just like this, there's almost like a pillar where you transition from the family room to the dining room. And Lightbody said, yeah, right here you can see. This is where the fire was going, right? And it kind of got knocked down. But like, if this fire doesn't get knocked down, like, it's already in the basement. You can see down here, it's below ground. I mean, it's trying to hit that evidence, right? It's really trying to destroy that DNA. Just didn't. I mean, I don't know if the fire could have eventually destroyed the guns too. I mean, maybe we would have gotten that evidence, but it's pretty easy. That fire keeps going to destroy genes. I mean, look at what it did to it. Look at what it caused. It caused that, and then it caused that over here, what we talked about yesterday, with the rest of the genes. We talked about this yesterday, but it's just like things that are brought up, and then all of a sudden, like, we give you some context, like Lieutenant Petrozello testifying about how, like, yeah, we did check that camera. Like, you know, it was always like, you guys didn't check this, you guys didn't check that. Then all of a sudden, it's like he testified, he's like, no, it's not like a Willow Brook address or like a, whatever, drawing a blank on Dr. Volstein's street, but just to the left. But the house back behind Willow Brook, like up in the back, it's actually, the address is actually Route 34, because that's how close Route 34 is. And ultimately, talk about cameras, but the car that you see in Colts Neck before, on its way, leaving, like, we know what direction that's going, right? We know that's, I would suggest that based upon this and even the timeline they're trying to offer to you, that's the Macan. So, like, I'm not sure why, even though they did check cameras on Route 34 and other places, however, in the middle of the night, it's not always that easy on Route 18 to see what kind of car it is driving through a particular location. But I think the testimony stands on its own. But the point being is that he did look, right? That is a relevant camera. That camera, had it been closer to 15 Willow Brook, I mean, they're big properties, so it's kind of like a little different than Mr. Caneiro's property and the Oxford. Very nice houses, right? Nice piece of property, but they're closer. So the cameras are going to be more probative. But here, I mean, it would have been great if we saw the car park. I mean, it would have been the Macan. But, like, he parked over there for a reason. He wasn't trying to be on camera. Like, he may go to Keith's house a lot, but he doesn't necessarily ever contemplate the idea that, like, Catherine Lucchese across the street has cameras. I mean, that's a big property, too. Pretty set back, and that's obviously why the footage is kind of had to be pieced together by virtue of, like, taillights and different things. And timing, because it makes sense, and that's his car. We talked about the phone. I mean, just the reality, and I don't know, I said it yesterday, but I'll say it very briefly again, but the phone, I don't understand exactly how the phone does anything to tell you that all the evidence that points to Mr. Caneiro does anything other than point to Mr. Caneiro and prove that he's guilty. But again, just the context of what Jennifer would have been doing. I mentioned before, like, we don't know if maybe she even went outside and got chased in. We don't really know because the cameras were cut, the power was cut. But whatever happened, ultimately, she was killed inside. She was shot, she was stabbed. Just like her son, her daughter were stabbed. So I said this yesterday, but obviously there's some reason for concern. She's going to leave her bedroom. She's going to do it quickly. Whether Keith's gone trying to figure out the power, she hears the gunshots, whatever the case may be. She's not necessarily grabbing her phone and calling 911. I mean, obviously there's a lot of chaos going on. Clearly didn't sound like there was a lot of time to react. Maybe she's just more worried about trying to protect Jesse, trying to protect Sophia. Maybe her instinct was just to help, and that her phone's upstairs, and that she's got a gun pointed at her, got a bullet that's about to be in her brain. Because this is what's going on. This is Jennifer's body. Remember when before the detectives, they wanted to protect the integrity of the scene and the investigation. And Detective Cordoma, Detective Vogt, Big Lieutenant Mueller go in and take the body out. And Detective Flanagan, who took a lot of the photos, Detective Cordoma told you, he took a lot of the early photos. He was like the first guy there from forensic. And you could see the depths of the fire in the back of the house. Like, you got a real sense, which Cordoma said was very helpful. Seeing the the path. And the evolution of the fire was very important to where it started. Because it wasn't always a certainty of where it started. I think it started in that cedar closet. I didn't put the video in here, but one of the interesting things that you can see from Patrolman Mazzicola, his MVR, his camera in his police car. Remember, he pulls up to the front of the house, and there's a point in time his camera's just running, where he goes over to where Keith is, and Dr. Volstein's over there, and then another officer comes, and Mazzicola and Miyakawa, the two officers, they go around the side because that door is open. Remember, kind of where that one live round is found on that southwest patio. There's an open door, and they find that door open, right? I think I said it yesterday. And obviously, they looked at that area to see if there's any fingerprints or anything, but like, that's kind of the way he went out. And that's probably just about the best way to get out when you're trying to get to your car. You're trying to do it quickly. But on that, once Mazzicola and Miyakawa, the other officer, they go around, you can actually see, well, first you see Dr. Goldstein open that door and smoke. And then they actually open the camera, the door where the camera would have shown them opening the door, but the power was cut at 2:52. But Mazzicola opens it and you see the smoke come out by the garage. But during the course of that body-worn camera footage, one of the guys, his name's Sergeant Savage, walks across the front while the other officers are over on the side. And like, when you look at the front of the house, all of a sudden, for the first time during during that body-worn, there's like a little area on the bottom of the house where you see the flame. And it's like to the left of the door. It's real low. It's the first time you see any flames. All you saw was smoke in the front of the house. Flames were in the back. But that was like exactly where the fire had eventually pierced that cedar closet. Because it's coming up and out and it's just right there on the bottom. It just tells you visually that origin, was right. The area of origin being the cedar closet, because that's exactly where it would have been. You saw the floor plans and the surveys. So it's just interesting to know. So again, we're just talking about what's going on. Why maybe she didn't take her phone. I'm not going to... You saw what you saw. This is just an x-ray which just shows, obviously confirming gunshot wounds to the head of Jennifer Caneiro. That's all I can show you. That's all you need to see. Just talking about that blood, this is the foyer. What's going on in that house at 3:30 in the morning? Sophia running into the kitchen. And then we got Jesse, right? Coming around to where he's ultimately going to take his last smoke-filled breaths. And we got, this is the one where it's Jesse and Sophia. Like, who would have thought? Just think about, Sophia's in the kitchen and she's already bleeding. So she's already been attacked. But she's there and there's only really one way to look at it. You can judge for yourself for sure. Like, she's gotta be like checking on her brother. But then she runs out of the kitchen, up the stairs, onto the landing. And that's where Carmelo Lamarco, the firefighter, ultimately found her. That's what Zane told you, that like, she was left alive. 49% carboxyhemoglobin. Kind of a man. And then lastly, this is probably, we can't say conclusively, Cordoma kind of explained it as best you could, but like, you see the swipes and all that, he told you about that, but like, this is now going east in the house towards where you exit the kitchen and you go up the stairs, and she would have passed her mom lying there on the ground. Her mom ultimately suffered fatal injuries so that she didn't inhale smoke. Jesse did. Sophia did to another level. This is the wound to Jesse's chin that we talked about. And there's just, I didn't show you the picture, but you'll have all the pictures, but that right in that area, the kitchen, the islands here, kitchen cabinets are here, right over here is like the windows. They find a projectile right here. Remember, they found the casing over by Jennifer, by the stairs. This is, I'm not going to show you anymore. This is just showing you the sharp force injuries through her shirt. I think she was wearing like shirt and like underwear, obviously sleepwear. I'm not going to show you any other photos. You saw what you needed to see. It's horrific. But the reality is, we all know it's horrific. Cause and manner of death is part of any murder case. have an obligation to prove cause and manner of death beyond a reasonable doubt, like every other element. But at the end of the day, the question becomes, who did it, right? Who did it? And at the end of the day, beyond a reasonable doubt, but beyond any doubt, the person responsible for inflicting those minutes, moments of terror in the dark upon children that trusted him, God only knows what they were saying to him, Paul Caneiro. Just the hair on the scarf. And when we talk about the injury, like, the only evidence of injury at 27 Tilden, only evidence of injury upon that house or in that house, despite the testimony from Keith Caneiro, was really just that one area of blood, which was swabbed, and it was actually the firefighter. And I don't know if it was on the... He was being treated at the scene, but obviously it was confirmed that Sean Edson, the firefighter, hit his hand, or cut his hand, or whatever it was, on the doorway, or hit it up, or rubbed it on the doorway at some point to cause the blood, which was his. But let's talk about that injury, like this injury. Like, he told the police he injured his hand, so I mean, I don't think, to be honest with you, I'm not sure he really could have hid that from the police being there at the police station and outside for a lot of the day. I don't think he really could have hid it, so he told them that. But then in trial, all of a sudden, kind of like his daughter, who didn't tell the police this, I mean, Miss Wallace asked her that, says that she was actually like heard something. She didn't see it. She didn't see her dad hit his hand, but he was behind her as they're going down the stairs trying to get out of the house, and he said, "Fuck, my hand," or something to that effect. I would suggest that, like, not wearing shoes, shutting off the cameras and all that kind of stuff, that's just like, just trying to come up with an excuse for an injury that is entirely consistent with bludgeoning 3 people inside a house about an hour earlier. I would suggest to you that when you look at all of the evidence, all the stuff we talked about, that injury happened in Colts Neck. Sophia's injury, I mean, you heard him, there's 17, I'm not gonna run through them. There's really no reason. You saw a couple photos, that's really what you could see. But we're talking about all over the body. But I think when we talk about this, we have to put into context that DNA again with Jesse and Sophia. And the fact that, like, Jesse never left the kitchen. He's bleeding there. He never left there. He died there. Sophia's bleeding. She leaves there. And Dr. Zane told you about all those injuries that were consistent with defensive wounds. It was in a report, and he testified to it. He said injuries, like he listed like 6 or 7 of the 17 sharp force injuries that he believed, and you saw the leg and hands and shit, forearm and all that kind of stuff. But like, that little girl fought. I mean, nothing else I can say. That little girl fought. Again, I'm not going to show you photos because I'm not going to do that to you, but like, this is just like Dr. Zhang, like, notes of just, what else can you say other than how much writing is on that chart, that diagram? I mean, you don't need to see blood, you don't need to see cuts. It's just, look at the writing. It doesn't even matter what it says, it's just a lot of writing. I won't say it again. You know that 49%, you know what Dr. Zhang said it meant. I mean, Michael Abraham, the guy from the ATF, the electrical engineer, he told you about the Verizon OET line. He told you about the generator. He told you about He was brought in because he's an expert. He's an electrician who worked for the ATF. And ultimately, he assisted with determining, what the power meant in conjunction with the fire. And ultimately, what he determined was that there was no power. The home was de-energized at the time of the fire because he cut all the power and he cut all the cameras. This is the Verizon ONT line, which was cut. I'm sure you remember that. This is a line that was purposely and knowingly cut so that no help would come. No smoke alarm would be triggered. No alerts to the outside world. This is what we have. This is the shell casing. This is the live round. This is shell casing. Shell casing. All Fiocchi, very rare ammunition. So rare, ladies and gentlemen. There was a lot of cross-examination about it. So rare that Sergeant Clayton said they have thousands of different types of ammunition at the state police. But they needed the prosecutor's office to bring them this, because I hope you understood it, but just because it's the same ammunition here in Colts Neck and here in defendant's basement doesn't mean that that ammunition is going to mark the same in any gun. It's not going to be a match with any gun because it's the same ammunition. The point is, they want to use, Sergeant Clayton told you, they want to use like ammunition because it marks better. You want to use, he said, I think it said it's longer, right? But it's good to see the markings so that you can make very reliable and conclusive comparisons between items. But again, ammunition that's rare enough that the state police didn't even have it. This is what they do every day. But Paul Caneiro has it. And it's exactly what's found in Colts Neck. This was brought up yesterday. Why would he use a knife if he had a gun? Now, I think I explained this morning, but I don't know that I can ever answer it. One of the things the judge will tell you is that, we can't get into the head of someone. You're going to be asked, and you're going to be read the law about state of mind, and that when you talk about murder, you're talking about purposely and knowingly, or purposely or knowingly causing death or serious bodily injury resulting in death. But one of the things the judge will tell you, I suspect, is that we can never get inside someone's head, right? So we don't know exactly why someone always does things. But I would suggest that when we talked about there was the southwest corner, there's a live round right by where that door was open, right? Now, that live round was ultimately compared to other shell casings that Clayton tested, and we'll get there almost. And that round wasn't fired, it's a live round. So it kind of looks basically this. It is this, same head stamp. But it was extracted from the same handgun as the other casings. So you match casings to the gun and bullets, fired bullets, to the barrel. But the extractor marks and the ejection marks were the same as all the other cartridges. So this round that was found right by where that door was found open in the back corner of the house, Mr. Caneiro probably went in and probably left. It's the same as all the other cartridge casings. And the reason why it's there, I asked Sergeant Clayton, is that really either there's a malfunction or he forgot that he racked the gun already and there's a bullet in the chamber. And so when he racks it again, it pops out. So it ejects, but it doesn't fire because he doesn't pull the trigger. So it's there. It's from the same gun. It's just another piece of ballistic evidence when you look at the numbers, because there's 6 shots outside. There's 2 shots that we know of in the house because we have a casing in one area, and then we have a bullet in the other in the kitchen. There's 1 round on the southwest, I think I said southeast, the southwest patio. And then we also later found, interestingly, we found out the state police actually told us these jeans, when they were sent for testing, and that pile was sent for testing. Ultimately, New Jersey State Police item 6-4, it's actually got like 6, I think it's the same number as the jeans, so they kind of like found that. Same head stamp, Yoki ammunition in the pile. I think where they found it was the pocket of the jeans, but your recollection will control. But it's another piece of ballistic evidence linking the guns to Paul Caneiro, the DNA to Paul Caneiro, ballistics and the DNA to Paul Caneiro. But again, we're talking about 10 shots. I mean, there could have been a 10-round magazine, could have ran out, could have been more than that. Could have missed Keith a couple of times. They were never found because they would have flown out to Willow Brook. I don't know. But at some point during that interaction with Jesse and Jennifer and Sophia, we know a knife issues. Just because he had a gun and a knife doesn't mean that it's anyone other than Paul Caneiro. So, when we talk about the state police ballistics, we first talk about 5 bullets. We talk about these 5 bullets. State police numbers 11, 12, 17, 20, and 26. Its evidence numbers 302, 304, 309, 325, 331. So basically, ladies and gentlemen, what you heard from Chris Clayton, an expert in ballistics, is that any bullet that wasn't damaged enough or mutilated, like he testified, those ones that were found in the water, Jennifer's brain and Keith's brain, anything that was remotely intact matched this bag that was found in Keith's backpack, Paul's backpack. This is, just so we realize, this is actually the live round from the southwest corner. Okay, this is the one that, although it wasn't fired, it matches all the projectiles, all the shell casings. So these bullets fired from this barrel found in Mr. Caneiro's backpack. Now we have 7 shell casings from Willow Brook. Exhibit test 305, 306, 307, 308, 311, 312, 326. All these casings. Well, first, let's just say that he was able to determine first that these bullets were all fired from the same gun. You saw the pictures, right? It's basically pattern comparing, and we showed you the photos that show that the patterns match. And obviously, based upon his testimony, based upon his expertise, testifying, I think, 60-something times, he's been doing this for years at the state police. These bullets all matched each other. And then he drew a comparison of these projectiles, of these shell casings, and said they all match. Before he did the barrel and the gun. But ultimately, based upon test firing, comparison of test standards to the bullets, this barrel, Paul Caneiro's backpack, fired these bullets, caused the death of Keith Caneiro and Jennifer Caneiro. Remember, he swapped the barrel out, right? But ultimately, it is safe. We've said that a number of times, got the gun lock. So, obviously, this is something we treat with care. Okay? This is S-193. It's recovered from the defendant's basement. In that locked gun storage locker. We treat it with care, we point it down, and we make sure it's safe. Because at the end of the day, while it's lawful to possess this weapon legally, right? But this thing's a beast. These have lawful uses, certainly. People use them for sport and to practice, and that's fine. But you talk about matching shell casings from a crime scene where 4 people are murdered to this. You got to treat this with care because this thing takes lives. And this, and this, and these, and these, they're why we're here. That gun from his basement and that barrel from his backpack, separated, carefully, meticulously, purposely, fired these bullets and expelled these shell casings. And somewhere between 3:26 and 3:30. And then he went into that house and he caused the rest of the carnage. This is, ladies and gentlemen, that is, and this is, and this is, and this is, and this is, and those jeans are, and they're shutting off the cameras, and all the footage we have of him leaving in the middle of the night, coming back in the middle of the night, 2 hours later. That is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. We ask you, as jurors, to hold us to proving this case beyond a reasonable doubt. When we say reasonable, right? Like, they may point out that this wasn't done or this wasn't done, but you also have to hold us to a reasonable standard as to, what more can we give you? We gave you the gun, gave you the barrel, the projectiles, the bullets, the DNA. We showed you him shutting off his camera. I can't give you any more because he shut off the cameras. We followed the evidence in this case. Murder doesn't make sense, but murder happened. Murder happened November 20th, 2018, in the darkness. And it happened 4 times. There's no way I could justify anything remotely resembling a good reason. But it happened. Talked about timeline, I promise. Just about that. Just want to close the loop with respect to the timeline. Okay, you talked about it, and I think the defense, Ms. Mastalone, I think it was with Lieutenant Petrozello, we created a timeline and all that stuff, and I guess the idea was that, the timeline doesn't make sense, or there's not enough time to do this and not enough time to do that. Well, you'll have those timelines and evidence. They've been marked. I think Ms. Wallace then asked some follow-up questions, and we added some things. 3:50 is a phone call. First phone call. 6:05, Keith calls Paul the second time. 1:27 a.m., Paul plugs in his iPhone. Probably just after practicing with the laser light in that other 6 hour. 1:28, goes into the garage, shuts off his camera. We see the Cayenne, see what we would have seen. 1:31, he goes downstairs. We see him here, right? And we see the gun locker. He's shutting off the cameras downstairs, making sure that you wouldn't be able to see him leaving the DNA and putting the gun back, swapping the barrel, et cetera, et cetera. And we get to the Porsche, clearly the Porsche Macan 207, leaving Tilden. 2:27, Porsche Pecan, Willow Brook. 235, 251, the video we saw with the gloves and the hair. 252, the first alert from the Verizon saying, basically the Verizon box is not cut yet, but saying that power's cut to the area. The same way that camera, the Nest camera outside said 252, right? Keith sends these text messages 314 through 318. There's 4, but the last one says, really, it's not really a communication. It's a text message, but essentially, if you want to look at that as communication, that right here is the last thing that Keith Caneiro would ever say, and it's basically telling his brother he's going outside to check on the generator. Little did he know that when he got outside to check the generator, these and this were going to end his life. We know the Verizon line cuts at 342 per what they said. So there was also some testimony. I'm not going to belabor it for 6 minutes. There's no question it's enough time. But it could have actually been a little bit before 342. I think Mike Abraham said that Verizon pings the box every once in a while. I think he said every 30 seconds. So, I mean, it could have been 30 seconds earlier. Who knows if that's even accurate, if it registers right away. But the line's cut, the fire's set, and then he runs, like, look at the pictures. I skip the nearest bathroom and I go to the next bathroom. That's probably the distance of me running to get to that car, to get onto Willow Brook at 3:48 and 17 seconds. And then, ultimately, 4:08, Porsche Macan returns to Tilton. Paul's iPhone is unplugged, 4:54. The main fire starts at 4:57. Porsche Cayenne pulls out 27:10. I think I skipped it. If I could for 1 second. Apologize. Almost done. Gonna go to my one slide. I'm gonna take you back for 1 second. Just camera 5. This is when the where the car pulls out, and then we have that garage fire. Can we shut off all the lights? So we know the car pulls out. Mr. Caneiro pulls the Cayenne out. About 5 o'clock. Just fast forward, because we know we got about a minute and a half until that fire starts. We're going to let it run now. About 5:51. And just, when I talked earlier, this is that light by the garage. One of like the sconces or wall-mounted lights to the garage. Just in the next little while, just want you to pay a little attention to some movement, some shadows in this area before the flash. Now, we said that the people that were alleged to have been there at 4:30 wouldn't have still been there at 5:02, so you can't really make both arguments. But what we see here is about a minute and 20 seconds, minute and 30 seconds after Mr. Caneiro pulls the Cayenne out. It's been suggested that like someone else had to be there to set that fire. Now, I'd suggest to you that when you look at that, it's impossible to say that there wasn't someone there, i.e. Mr. Caneiro, who came out of the car and went back up there. It would have been as simple as we said, like his family gets in the car, but like the wife went back inside, his daughter was calling 911, I don't know exactly when she got in the car. They all got in the car, there's no doubt about that. But like, what if he just pulls the car out into the street? And then whether the family's there yet or not, if they are, you just go, I forgot to shut the garage door. Boom, towards the freaking car. Because that's the car that you just used to kill everybody. Like, obviously, again, kind of a failed attempt at doing any damage to that car, but like, he either set that fire right before he pulled the car out and it just took a minute, or he went back up there. I mean, that fire's not started. Because if you're talking about like someone else being there, Corey, whatever, there. If he's not there, he's sitting in the street. It's not like he's not there to see what happened. Like, that fire, ladies and gentlemen, is just another fire set by Mr. Caneiro. It's just another part of the entirety of this case. Okay? That video is obviously not clear enough to say conclusively, but I suggest that you see some movement in that area around that light and some shadows, and it just is not something that proves anything like someone else was there. No one told you that anyone was there. Paul Caneiro, ladies and gentlemen. Paul Caneiro. All of the evidence in this case, all of the ballistics, the DNA, the air ammunition, the hiding of the backpack, hiding of the barrel, they're all shutting off the cameras. They're all just ways to try to hide the evidence. The evidence that shows that he, and he alone, committed these crimes. You have video of him shutting off his cameras. You have video of him leaving at 2:07 and returning at 4:08. You have evidence to suggest that is certainly him outside of his brother's house. He had the barrel. The projectiles and the bullets from the scene matched the barrel that he separated from the gun and the gun. Sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes the evidence doesn't lie. Sometimes, no matter how hard you try to explain it away or give alternative theories to why his DNA or his wife's, his niece's DNA is in his basement, why someone would try to frame him but swap out the barrel. He's not the unluckiest man in the world, ladies and gentlemen. He's just guilty. He's just guilty. And that's that simple. One last thing I just really wanted to say, and the judge is going to read the law to you very shortly. He's the one who controls how you consider the facts of this case in relation to the law. And ultimately, he's going to give you, when you deliberate, you're going to get a verdict sheet. And this is just some questions that you're going to have to answer based upon all the time you spent here, all the attention you paid, the arguments of counsel, but most importantly, the evidence from the stand, the physical evidence. And you're going to have to answer some questions. They go a little something like this. I'm not going to read the whole thing, I promise. You're going to have to determine if the defendant is guilty of murder. Did he purposely or knowingly cause the death of Keith Caneiro, for instance, or serious bodily injury resulting in death? Okay? That's the determination you need to make with respect to each victim. Then you're going to get some other questions on some of them. Kind of like, did he do it by his own hand? Meaning, did he do it? Okay? And then there's some other questions like, did he do it for money, or with the children? You know, were they under the age of 14? You're going to answer some of these questions once you find him guilty of murder. And you're going to get some weapons charges. You're going to get the theft. You're going to get the misappropriation. The one thing is, with respect, so you understand, with respect to felony murder. Now, with felony murder, you just get Jesse and Sophia. And I just wanted you to understand that when we talk about felony murder, we talk about causing the death of the victim while in the course of committing a felony. Here, it's charged with the arson. And the reason why you have Sophia and Jesse and not Jennifer and Keith is because of that very fact that we know, based upon the testimony of Dr. Toma and Dr. Zhang, that like Sophia and Jesse were alive after the fire was set. So they were killed in the course of him setting fire to the house. Now, they're also victims of murder because they were purposely or knowingly killed by Mr. Caneiro. But I wanted you to understand that is really what we're talking about and why you just see them there as opposed to Keith, their father, and Jennifer, their mother.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I know that this is an emotional process. Just on behalf of Ms. Wallace, just want you to know that we appreciate the time that you've all devoted to this. I'm sure the defense does too. I'm not trying to grandstand here, but we do appreciate the time, the attention, how you showed up. Sorry if there were delays at times. Could have been our fault. Who knows? But when we talk about justice and we talk about things like reasonable doubt and presumption of innocence and things like that, just remember that like we get held to a very high standard, and that's the way it should be. Okay, we're the state. We have to prove. We have to convince you that this man committed murders, felony murder, weapons charge. We have to do it beyond a reasonable doubt. And that reasonable word is just kind of important because we have proven it to you beyond a reasonable doubt. The DNA, the ballistics, the cameras, all the other testimony, all the little things, like showing you he wasn't set up, showing you that that was just another way to try to deceive. I would argue to you that the evidence will not deceive you. It will take you to a place where you will go back into that room and you will decide amongst yourselves that this man, contrary to a lot of things you may have heard about him, this man, on November 20th, 2018, Colts Neck, New Jersey, killed his brother, sister-in-law, 11-year-old nephew, and his 8-year-old niece. Ladies and gentlemen, for one final time, we appreciate your time. The only just verdict in this case, the only one that follows the evidence, is that Mr. Caneiro is guilty of all these crimes. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long morning. The next part of the process is going to be the charge. And it takes a little bit of time to do because I have to explain it all to you. So what I think I'm going to do, because it's noon, I'm going to give you a longer lunch just to give you a little bit of time to kind of stretch out, clear your head. We'll come back right at 1:30 and we'll move right into the charge. And at that point in time, I'll give you a little bit more information, but we're not going to do anything until then. You guys are going to remember what I'm about to say. We all know, right? Ladies and gentlemen, you've now heard the summations. You have not heard my charge. You have not heard the law in this case. You cannot discuss this case. You got an hour and a half having lunch together. Don't do it. You cannot do it. You just have to have your lunch, relax, do whatever you need to do. Come back up. I will give you the law. You get to finally learn about this system of who's the alternates and how fun that is to figure that out. And then you'll start your deliberations in that room only. All right, so everybody have a good lunch. Mr. Decker, if you can move that. And I'll see everybody right at 1:30. Counsel, is there anything we need to put on the record before we?
No, Judge, I just, with respect to the PowerPoints, you want to mark copies of those as C exhibits or?
Not C's, but there'll be the next S exhibit or an S exhibit for you and a D exhibit for the defense. And while that won't go into the jury, it will be secured and be a part of the overall record in this case. Anybody have anything else for now?
Judge, can we actually approach?
Yeah, sure. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to that point where we've heard all of the summations. You're now going to hear the law from me. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you that I'm going to violate every rule of public speaking right now because I'm going to read. So I apologize to you for that. The second thing I'm going to apologize for is that I'm going to change my glasses because these glasses are better for me to see and look at you at the same time. I'm not trying to look different, but you can tell me if I look smarter. Here, let's see.
Nope.
No. Still the same, huh? Just the same. All right.
Shots fired.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the evidence in this case has been presented and the attorneys have completed their summations. We now arrive at the time when you, as jurors, are to perform your final function in this case. At the outset, let me express my thanks and appreciations to you for your attention to this case. I would like to commend the counsel for their professional manner in which they have presented their respective cases and for their courtesy to the court and jury during the course of the trial. Before you retire to deliberate and reach your verdict, it is my obligation to instruct you as to the principles of law applicable to this case. You shall consider my instructions in their entirety and not pick out any particular instruction and overemphasize it. Generally speaking, these instructions consist of 4 parts. The first part deals with the general principles of law that apply in a criminal case. The second part describes the evidence that you may consider in your deliberations. The third part is about the portions of the Criminal Code of New Jersey that must apply to the facts you find in this case to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant violated a specific criminal statute. Finally, the fourth part of the instructions tells you how to go about conducting your deliberations. You must accept and apply this law for this case as I give it to you in this charge. Any ideas you have of what the law is or what the law should be, or any statements made by the attorneys as to what the law may be, must be disregarded by you if it's not consistent with my charge here today. Now, beginning with the general principles of law that apply to a criminal case, the defendant Paul Caneiro stands before you on an indictment returned by the grand jury, charging him with 4 counts of murder, 2 counts of felony murder, 2 counts of aggravated arson, 2 counts of a possession of a weapon for unlawful purpose, 1 count of unlawful possession of a weapon, 1 count of theft of movable property, 1 count of misapplication of entrusted property, and 2 counts of hindering apprehension of oneself. The indictment is not evidence of the defendant's guilt on these charges. An indictment is a step in the procedure to bring this matter before the court and the jury for the jury's ultimate determination as to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of these charges. The defendant has pled not guilty to these charges. The defendant on trial is presumed to be innocent, and unless and until each and every essential element of the offense charge is proven beyond a reasonable doubt, the defendant must be found not guilty of that charge. The state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and that burden never shifts to the defendant. The defendant in a criminal case has no obligation or duty to prove his innocence or offer any proof relating to his innocence. I should stop right there for a minute. As you've heard, a defendant does not have to talk to the police at all. If he does decide to talk to the police, he can. But if he doesn't, then you cannot hold it against him in any regard. Understand?
Yes.
All right. The prosecution must prove its case by more than a mere preponderance of the evidence, yet not necessarily to an absolute certainty. The state has the burden of proving the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You've heard the attorneys talk about what reasonable doubt means. I'm going to tell you what it means right now. Some of you have served as jurors in civil cases where you were told that it is necessary to prove only that a fact is more likely true than not true. In criminal cases, the state's proof must be more powerful than that. It must be beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is an honest and reasonable uncertainty in your minds about the guilt of the defendant after you have given full and impartial consideration to all of the evidence. A reasonable doubt may arise from the evidence itself or from a lack of evidence. It is a doubt that a reasonable person hearing the same evidence would have. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt, for example, leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. In this world, we know very few things with absolute certainty. It is not the state's job to prove this case beyond any and all possible doubt. If you are firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt on a particular charge, you would find him guilty of that charge. If you are not firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt as it relates to a particular charge, you would find him not guilty. The function of the judge is separate and distinct from the function of the jury. It is my responsibility to determine all questions of law arising during trial and to instruct the jury as to the law which applies in this case. You must accept the law as given to you by me and apply it to the facts as you find them to be. During the course of the trial, I was required to make certain rulings on the admissibility of the evidence, either in or outside of your presence. These rulings involved questions of law. The comments of the attorneys on these matters were not evidence. In ruling, I have decided questions of law, and whatever the ruling may have been in a particular instance, you should understand that it is not an expression or an opinion by me on the merits of the case. Neither should my other rulings on any other aspect of the trial be should be taken as favoring one side or the other. Each matter was decided on its own merits. During the course of this trial, there were numerous occasions during which the court conferred with attorneys at sidebar. These conversations are a normal and necessary part of trials and are designed to address various legal, procedural, and evidential issues that arise during the trial. You must not speculate about the subject matter of any sidebar conference, nor should you draw any inference or conclusion from the fact that sidebar occurred. Neither should my rulings that result from these conferences be taken as favoring one side or another. Additionally, you must not consider or evaluate the communication between the court and the attorneys during sidebar conferences for any purpose. Judicial dialogue during legal discussions are not evidence and are not an indication of how the court views the attorneys, the facts of the case, the credibility of the witness or witnesses, or the guilt or innocence of the defendant. It is also important to note that attorneys in this case are tasked with providing zealous advocacy, which includes raising objections, making legal arguments, and addressing issues at sidebar. I may have sustained objections to some questions asked by counsel, which may have contained statements of certain facts. The mere fact that an attorney asks a question and inserts facts or comments or opinions in that question in no way proves the existence of that fact or facts. You will only consider such facts which, in your judgment, has been proven by the testimony of the witnesses or from the exhibits admitted into evidence by the court. The fact that I may have asked questions of a witness in a case must not influence you in any way in your deliberations. The fact that I asked such questions does not indicate that I hold any opinion one way or another as to the testimony given by the witness. Any remarks made by me to counsel or counsel to me or between counsel are not evidence and should not affect or play any part in your deliberations. As I instructed you in the beginning, I indicated that you are the judges of the facts. And as the judges of the facts, you are to determine the credibility of the various witnesses as well as the weight to be attached to their testimony. You and you alone are the sole and exclusive judges of the evidence, of the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight to be attached to the testimony of each witness. Regardless of what counsel said, or I may say, recalling the evidence in this case, it is your recollection that controls as it relates to the evidence and how you're going to apply such evidence. Arguments, statements, remarks, openings, and summations of counsel are not evidence and must not be treated as evidence. Although the attorneys may have pointed out what they feel was important in this case, You must rely solely upon your understanding and recollection of the evidence that was admitted during the trial. You saw 2 PowerPoints during the course of summations. I just want to remind you, there was testimony that was relayed in those PowerPoint slides. It is for you to decide if that information that was supplied to you on those PowerPoint slides reconciles with your recollection of what the testimony was. If for some reason that when you're reading it on a screen for either side and you decide, that's not the way I remember it, it's the way you remember it that matters. It's not the way that you saw it on a particular screen. Whether it's spoken on a screen, or noted on a screen or spoken in words, always it's your recollection that controls when we deal with the evidence. It is your sworn duty to arrive at a just conclusion after considering all the evidence which was presented during the course of the trial. Now I will move on to part 2 of the instructions and discuss the evidence that you may consider in judging the facts of the case. When I use the term evidence, I mean the testimony you have heard and seen from this witness box, right there. Any stipulations and the exhibits that may have been admitted into evidence. Any exhibit that has not been admitted into evidence cannot be given to you in the jury room, even though it may have been marked for identification. Only the items that were marked into evidence can be given to you. If you remember, we had this discussion a day or 2 ago. You can always remember the testimony about an exhibit, but if you don't have it, I promise you, we gave you everything you're supposed to have. If you don't have it, you can only rely on the testimony about that exhibit. You are instructed that certain photographs have been admitted into evidence as exhibits for both the state and the defense. The duplication of any photograph does not increase or decrease its evidential value. You must not give it greater or lesser weight to any exhibit because it appears more than once. All evidence is to be considered and evaluated by you under the same standards. Any testimony that I may have had the occasion to strike is not evidence and shall not enter into your final deliberations. Remember the number 2 pencil with the eraser on it. It must be disregarded by you. This means that even though you may remember the testimony, you are not to use it in your discussions or deliberations. Further, if I gave you a limiting instruction on how to use certain evidence, that evidence must be considered by you for that purpose only. You cannot use it for any other purpose. As jurors, it is your duty to weigh the evidence calmly, without passion, prejudice, or sympathy. Any influence caused by these emotions has the potential to deprive both the state of New Jersey and the defendant of what you promised them: a fair and impartial trial by fair and impartial jurors. Also, speculation, conjecture, and any other forms of guessing plays no role in the performance of your duties. As jurors, your oath requires that you not be affected or influenced by any personal likes or dislikes, opinions, prejudices, sympathy, or biases, including implicit or unconscious bias. During your deliberations, if you think unconscious bias is affecting your evaluation, think about the evidence again with the video and this instruction in mind. Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago, where we watched that video about bias? We watched it downstairs.
Yes.
If for some reason during the course of your deliberations, when you're in the room, if you start thinking a certain way and you're like, wait a minute, I'm starting to think in a way I was told not to, take a step back, reevaluate the way that you're thinking, and make sure you leave all of that type of unconscious bias to the side, okay? All right. As I instructed you at the beginning of the case, evidence may either be direct or circumstantial. Direct evidence means evidence that proves a fact without an inference and which, if true, conclusively establishes that fact. On the other hand, circumstantial evidence means evidence that proves a fact from which an inference of the existence of another fact may be drawn. An inference is a deduction of fact that may logically and reasonably be drawn from another fact or group of facts established by the evidence. Whether or not inferences should be drawn is for you to decide using your own common sense, knowledge, and everyday experience. Ask yourselves, is it more probable, logical, and reasonable? We don't ask you when you come in here and be jurors for this case, we do not ask you to leave your common sense at the door. We want you to bring it in. We want you to use it as a part of your deliberations. It is not necessary that all facts be proven by direct evidence. They may be proven by direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or a combination of direct and circumstantial evidence. All are acceptable as a means of proof. In many cases, circumstantial evidence may be more certain, satisfying, and persuasive than direct evidence. However, direct and circumstantial evidence should be scrutinized and evaluated carefully. A verdict of guilty may be based on direct evidence alone, circumstantial evidence alone, or a combination of direct and circumstantial evidence, provided, of course, that it convinces you of the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The reverse is also true. A defendant may be found not guilty by reason of direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or a combination of the two, or a lack of evidence, if it raises in your mind a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt. The parties have agreed to certain facts. The jury should treat these facts as undisputed, meaning that the parties agree that these facts are true. As with all evidence, undisputed facts can be accepted or rejected by the jury in reaching a verdict. The stipulated facts are as follows. During the testimony of Lieutenant Petrozzillo, you heard on January 27, 2019, a recorded phone call during which Paul Caneiro and his wife, Susan Caneiro, discussed whether Susan can use her existing power of attorney to access the TD Bank trust account. It should be clarified that the parties stipulate that prior to this call, on December 3rd, 2018, Paul Caneiro resigned as trustee of the Keith Caneiro Irrevocable Trust and did so via Susan's power of attorney. As a result, the role of trustee was transferred to Corey Caneiro. Second stipulated fact is that Jesse Caneiro had an iPad. The parties agree that Jesse Caneiro's iPad was never seized or searched by the police. Now, as the judges of the facts, you are to determine the credibility of the witnesses, and in determining whether a witness is worthy of belief and therefore credible, you may take into consideration the following: the appearance and demeanor of the witness, the manner in which he or she may have testified, the witness's interest in the outcome of the trial, if any, his or her means of obtaining knowledge of the facts, the witness's power of discernment, meaning his or her judgment and understanding, his or her ability to reason, observe, recollect, and relate, the possible bias, if any, in favor of the state for whom the witness testified, the extent to which, if at all, each witness is either corroborated or contradicted, supported or discredited by other evidence, whether the witness testified with an intent to deceive you, the reasonableness or unreasonableness of the testimony of the witness has given, whether the witness made an inconsistent or contradictory statement, and any and all other matters in which the evidence will serve to support or discredit his or her testimony. Through this analysis, as judges of the facts, you weigh the testimony of each witness and then determine the weight to be given to it. Through the process, you may accept all of it, a portion of it, or none of it. Now, the burden of proving the identity of the person who committed the crimes is upon the state. For you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is the person who committed the crime or crimes. The defendant, Paul Caneiro, as a part of his general denial of guilt, contends that the state has not presented sufficient reliable evidence to establish beyond a reasonable doubt that he is the person who committed the alleged offenses. The defendant has neither the burden nor the duty to show that a crime, if committed, was committed by someone else, or to prove the identity of that other person. You must determine, therefore, not only whether the state has proven each and every element of the offense is charged beyond a reasonable doubt, but also whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant is the person who committed it. Now we're going to see who's paying attention. See if you have heard this before. As a general rule, witnesses can only testify as to facts known by them. This rule ordinarily does not permit the opinion of a witness to be received as evidence. However, an exception to this rule exists in the case of an expert witness who may give their opinion as to any matter in which they are versed, which is material to the case. In legal terminology, an expert witness is a witness who has some special knowledge, skill, experience, or training that is not possessed by the ordinary juror, and who thus may be able to provide assistance to the jury in understanding the evidence presented and determine the facts in this case. In this case, the state and defendant both called experts. Danielle Reed, Christine Schlanker, Christopher Simkobak, Teresa Nizizan, brutal, in the field of forensic DNA analysis, Allison Lane in the field of forensic serology, biological stain identification, Detective Deborah Bassender in the field of forensic accounting, Dr. Lauren Toma and Dr. Alex Zhang in the field of forensic pathology, Judith Link in the field of gunshot residue, Detective Sergeant Christopher Clayton in the field of firearm and tool mark identification, Detective Joseph Cardoma in the fields of bloodstain pattern analysis and fire investigation or origin and cause determinations, Michael Abraham in the field of electrical and electromechanical matters, including cause and origin of fires and explosives, John Lightbody in the field of fire investigation, origin and cause determination, Lazaro Cardenas in the field of trust and estate law, and Carl Reich in the field of forensic DNA analysis. Just think that's how many times I've read that charge to you in the past. You are not bound by such expert opinion, but you should consider each opinion and give it the weight to which you deem it is entitled, whether that be great or slight, or you may reject it. In examining each opinion, you may consider the reasons given for it, if any, and you may also consider the qualifications and credibility of the expert. It is always within the special function of the jury to determine whether the facts on which the answer or testimony of an expert is based actually exist. The value or weight of the opinion of the expert is dependent upon and is no stronger than the facts on which it is based. In other words, the probative value of the opinion will depend upon whether from all of the evidence in the case you find that those facts are true. You may in fact determine from the evidence in the case that the facts that form the basis of the opinion are true, not true, or true in only part. And in light of such findings, you should decide what effect such determination has upon the weight to be given to the opinion of the expert. Your acceptance or rejection of the expert opinion will depend, therefore, to some extent on your findings as to the truth of the facts relied upon. You and you alone are the sole fact finders in this case. You must be persuaded solely by the evidence presented at trial when determining whether the state has satisfied its burden. As the sole judges of the facts, you are to determine the credibility of the various witnesses, as well as the weight to be afforded to their testimony, to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt all elements of the crimes charged. The ultimate determination of whether or not the state has proven defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt is to be made by you alone. There is for your consideration recorded and unrecorded oral statements allegedly made by the defendant. It is your function to determine whether the statements made It is your function to determine whether the statements were actually made by the defendant, and if made, whether the statements or any portions of them are credible. In considering whether or not an unrecorded oral statement was actually made by the defendant, and if made, whether it is credible, you should receive, weigh, and consider the evidence with caution, based on the generally recognized risk of misunderstanding by the hearer, or the ability of the hearer to recall accurately the words used by the defendant. Aside from the risk of fabrication, verbal admissions can be unreliable because experience shows that they are frequently misunderstood, imperfectly remembered, and inadvertently made. The specific words used and the ability to remember them are important to the correct understanding of any oral communication because the presence or absence or change of a single word may substantially change the true meaning of even the shortest sentence. In this case, it is alleged that the defendant made unrecorded statements to Fire Marshal Craig Flanagan, Detective Brian Weisbrot, and Detective Christopher Brady. You also heard statements recorded by the body-worn cameras of Patrolman David Marino, Patrolman Brendan Bernard, and Patrolman Charles Wankowski. In considering whether these statements are credible, you should take into consideration the circumstances and facts as to how the statements were made, as well as all other evidence in this case relating to this issue. If, after consideration of all these factors, you determine the statements were not actually made, or the statements are not credible, then you must disregard them completely. If you find the statements were made, and that part or all of the statements are credible, you must give what weight you think appropriate to the portion of the statements you find to be truthful and credible. You were also presented with a video during the trial. It's always within the special function of the jury to determine the facts. This includes what is or is not depicted on a video and what significance, if any, that it has. In this case, Detective Ryan Mahoney, Brian Weisbrot, and Lieutenant Patrick Petruzillo narrated a video for you. Detective Mahoney, Captain Weisbrot, and Lieutenant Petruzillo are not eyewitnesses to the events depicted on the video and did not observe the events as they happened. Rather, the witnesses' testimony is based on their viewing of the video after the incident occurred. This testimony was permitted only for the limited purpose of, 1, providing context for the video, such as the location of the recorded events and/or the location and/or angle of the camera that made the recording, and/or 2, explaining the length of the video, whether redactions were made, and/or when it will be fast-forwarded, and/or 3, focusing your attention to a specific individual action and/or circumstance allegedly depicted in the video. Do me a favor, just look to make sure it's number 4. Mine good. Okay. It says number 5 on my sheet, but it's actually number 4. Sorry, I'll fix that. For the limited purpose of drawing the jurors' attention to certain parts of or objects depicted in the video, and to therefore aid in your review of the evidence. You may not consider Detective Mahoney, Captain Weisbrot, and Lieutenant Petruzillo's narration or other comments on the video for any other purpose. The narrating witness's testimony may assist you in deciding what the video shows. However, you are not bound by the narrating witness's testimony, and you may reject any narration testimony. You should consider each opinion and give it the weight to which you deem it is entitled, whether it be great, slight, or none at all. Ultimately, it is up to you and you alone to decide for yourself what the video shows and what it does not show. It is also up to you to determine how much weight to give the video evidence. In other words, it is the role of the jury to decide the significance and import of the video, as well as anything shown in the video. I also remind you that the ultimate determination of whether the state has proven defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt is to be made by you alone. Now, during the trial, you heard 3 phone calls that were recorded during the time frame of November 2018 to February 2019, which indicate that as of those dates, the defendant Paul Caneiro was arrested and incarcerated. The fact that the defendant was arrested and incarcerated for any period of time should not enter into your discussions or deliberations in any manner at any time. Arrest, indictment, and incarceration are not evidence of guilt, but rather a part of the pretrial procedure that occurs prior to the matter coming before you to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the crimes charged. As I remind you, the defendant is presumed innocent, and the burden of proving each element of the charge and charges beyond a reasonable doubt rests upon the state, and that burden never shifts to the defendant. Only you, as members of the jury, will decide whether the state has met his burden. You have heard testimony that the defendant, Paul Caneiro, lawfully owned a collection of various firearms, fire accessories, and training items within his home at 27 Tilton Drive in Ocean Township. This evidence is being offered for a very limited purpose. You may consider it insofar as it may relate to the defendant's ability to carry out these alleged crimes, i.e., that he had the means and/or opportunity to commit the charged offenses. Or, if you do not find that this evidence to be relevant, you may then disregard it. You may not use this evidence for any other purpose, such as to conclude that the defendant has a bad character or that he has a propensity to commit violent crimes. You may not use this evidence to convict the defendant simply because he owned weapons or because you may personally disapprove of individuals who lawfully possess firearms. While the defendant lawfully possesses these firearms, training items, and related accessories in his home, the state alleges that the defendant unlawfully possessed a handgun outside of his home, specifically at 15 Willow Brook in Colts Neck, New Jersey. The state further alleges that the defendant possessed this handgun with the purpose to use it unlawfully against others. As you have heard, the state bears the burden of proving each element of the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt. You, as members of the jury, will decide whether the state has met that burden. You have heard testimony from, from prosecutors Decker and Wallace, Lieutenant Petrozzillo and Captain Weisbrot speaking to a witness about the case at some point prior to coming to testify at trial. The law permits prosecutors and detectives to speak to a witness about a case before the witness testifies, and it permits assistant prosecutors and detectives to review with the witness the questions that may be asked at trial, including questions that may be asked on cross-examination. Speaking to a witness about their testimony is a normal part of preparing for trial. It is not improper as long as there is no suggestion made to the witness that the witness depart from the truth. You have also heard testimony that a witness read or reviewed certain materials pertaining to this case before the witness testified at trial. The law permits a witness to review certain materials if there is no suggestion made to the fact that the witness departed from the truth. The defendant contends that there is evidence before you indicating that some other person than him that may have committed the crime or crimes, and the evidence raises a reasonable doubt with respect to the defendant's guilt. In this regard, I charge you that a defendant in a criminal case has the right to rely on evidence produced at trial that has a rational tendency to raise a reasonable doubt with respect to his own guilt. I have previously charged you regarding the state's burden of proof, which never shifts to the defendant. The defendant does not have to produce evidence that proves the guilt of another, but may rely on evidence that creates a reasonable doubt. In other words, there is no requirement that this evidence proves or raises a strong probability that someone other than the defendant committed the crime. You must decide whether the state has proven the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, not whether the other person or persons may have committed the crimes. As you know, Paul Caneiro elected not to testify at trial. It is his constitutional right to remain silent. You must not consider for any purpose or in any manner in arriving at your verdict the fact that Paul Caneiro did not testify. That fact should never enter into your deliberations or discussions at any time or in any manner. Paul Caneiro is entitled to for the jury to consider all the evidence presented at trial. He is presumed innocent whether or not he chooses to testify. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've been going at this for about 55 minutes. Can you stand up for me for a minute? I would just want you to stretch out. Yourself a minute or two. We're about to go into part 3. Take your time. You don't have to sit down because of me, whenever you're ready. Okay. The third part deals with the criminal code, which will give you the elements of the charges for each one of the crimes in the indictment. I'm going to be providing you with a lot of information. Don't panic. Just listen to what I have to say. I promise you by the time that this is over, I will make sure that it is easy for you. Right now, I just want you to listen to what I'm telling you. Try to digest it as much as you can. But again, just wait until the end, and then we'll talk about it. Okay? Now I will instruct you on the third part of the instructions on the portions of the criminal code that you must apply to the facts you find in determining whether the state has proven it beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant violated a specific criminal statute. The statute read together with the indictment identifies the elements which the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt to establish the guilt of the defendant on each of the counts in the indictment. In addition, you will have the opportunity to consider other offenses besides those charged in the indictment. This is what we call a lesser offense, crime or offense of a lesser degree that is included within the charges brought in the indictment. I will give you instructions about how to consider this lesser offense shortly. There are multiple charges in the indictment. They are separate offenses by separate counts in the indictment. In your determination of whether the state has proven the defendant is guilty of the crimes charged in the indictment beyond a reasonable doubt, the defendant is entitled to have each count considered separately by the evidence which is relevant and material to that particular charge based on the law as I will give it to you. Now I'm going to talk to you about a lesser included offense. The law requires that the court instruct the jury with respect to a possible lesser included offense or offenses, even if they are not contained in the indictment. Here, there is a lesser included offense of arson relative to the aggravated arson charged against the defendant Paul Caneiro in count 8 of the indictment. Just because the court is instructing you concerning this offense does not mean that the court has an opinion one way or another about whether the defendant committed this or any other offenses. You should consider these offenses along with those for which the defendant is indicted. However, you are not to render a verdict on this offense or answer the question on the verdict sheet unless you find that the state has failed to meet its burden regarding the offense of aggravated arson in count 8 of the indictment. Now I'm going to talk to you about the substantive charges in this case. Counts 1 through 4 charges the defendant with the murder of 4 different victims. In count 1 of the indictment, the defendant is charged with the murder of Keith Caneiro. The state alleges that on November 20th, 2018, in the township of Colts Neck, county of Monmouth, the defendant committed the crime of murder by purposely or knowingly causing the death of Keith Caneiro, or by purposely or knowingly causing serious bodily injury that resulted in the death of Keith Caneiro. In count 2 of the indictment, the defendant is charged with the murder of Jennifer Caneiro. The state alleges that on November 20th, 2018, in the township of Colts Neck, county of Monmouth, the defendant committed the crime of murder by purposely or knowingly causing the death of Jennifer Caneiro, or by purposely or knowingly causing serious bodily injury that resulted in the death of Jennifer Caneiro. In count 3 of the indictment, defendant is charged with the murder of Jesse Caneiro. The state alleges that on November 20th, 2018, in the township of Colts Neck, county of Monmouth, the defendant committed the crime of murder by purposely or knowingly causing the death of Jesse Caneiro, or by purposely or knowingly causing serious bodily injury that resulted in the death of Jesse Caneiro. In count 4, defendant is charged with the murder of Sophia Caneiro. The state alleges that on November 20th, 2018, in the township of Colts Neck, county of Monmouth, the defendant committed the crime of murder by purposely or knowingly causing the death of Sophia Caneiro, or by purposely or knowingly causing serious bodily injury that resulted in the death of Sophia Caneiro. The statute upon which these 4 charges are based provides that a person is guilty of murder if he, 1, caused the death or serious bodily injury that then resulted in the victim's death. 2, the defendant did so purposely or knowingly. For you to find the defendant guilty of murder, the state is required to prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, that the defendant caused per count 1, Keith Caneiro, per count 2, Jennifer Caneiro, per count 3, Jesse Caneiro, per count 4, Sophia Caneiro's death, or serious bodily injury that then resulted in per count 1, Keith Caneiro, per count 2, Jennifer Caneiro, per count 3, Jesse Caneiro, per count 4, Sophia Caneiro's death. And 2, that the defendant did so purposely or knowingly. The first element that the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant acted purposely or knowingly. A person acts purposely when it is the person's conscious object to cause death or serious bodily injury resulting in death. A person acts knowingly when the person is aware that it is practically certain that his conduct will cause death or serious bodily injury resulting in death. The nature of the purpose or knowledge with which the defendant acted towards per count 1, Keith Caneiro, per count 2, Jennifer Caneiro, per count 3, Jesse Caneiro, and per count 4, Sophia Caneiro, is a question of fact for you, the jury, to decide. Purpose and knowledge are conditions of the mind, which cannot be seen and can only be determined by inferences from conduct, words, or acts. It is not necessary for the state to produce a witness or witnesses who could testify that the defendant stated, for example, that his purpose was to cause death or serious bodily injury resulting in death, or that he knew that his conduct would cause death or serious bodily injury resulting in death. It is within your power to find that the proof of purpose or knowledge has been furnished beyond a reasonable doubt by inferences which may arise from the nature of the acts and the surrounding circumstances. Such things as the place where the acts occurred, the weapon used, the location, the number and nature of the wounds inflicted, and all that was done or said by the defendant preceding, connected with, and immediately succeeding the events leading to the death of per count 1, Keith Caneiro, per count 2, Jennifer Caneiro, per count 3, Jesse Caneiro, and per count 4, Sophia Caneiro, are among circumstances to be considered. Although the state must prove that the defendant acted either purposely or knowingly, the state is not required to prove a motive. If the state has proved the essential elements of the offenses beyond a reasonable doubt, the defendant must be found guilty of the offense regardless of the defendant's motive or lack of motive. If the state, however, has proved a motive, you may consider that insofar as it gives meaning to other circumstances. On the other hand, you may consider the absence of motive in weighing whether the defendant is guilty of the crime charged. A homicide or a killing with a deadly weapon, such as a firearm and or a knife, would permit you to draw an inference that the defendant's purpose was to take life or cause serious bodily injury resulting in death. A deadly weapon is any firearm or other weapon, device, instrument, material, or substance which in the manner it was used or is intended to be used is known to be capable of producing death or serious bodily injury. In your deliberations, you may consider the weapon used and the manner and circumstances of the killings. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant shot and killed Keith Caneiro with a firearm, you may draw an inference from the weapon used, that is a firearm, and from the manner and circumstances of the killing as to the defendant's purpose or knowledge. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant shot and or stabbed and killed Jennifer Caneiro with a firearm and or a knife, you may draw an inference from the weapon used that the firearm and or the knife and the manner and circumstances of the killing as to the defendant's purpose or knowledge. If you're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant shot and/or stabbed and killed Jesse Caneiro with a firearm and/or a knife, you may draw an inference from the weapon used, that is the firearm and/or knife, and from the manner and circumstances of the killing as to the defendant's purpose or knowledge. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant stabbed and killed Sophia Caneiro with a knife, you may draw an inference from the weapon used, that is the knife, and from the manner and the circumstances of the killing as to the defendant's purpose or knowledge. The second element that the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is the defendant caused, per count 1, Keith Caneiro, per count 2, Jennifer Caneiro, per count 3, Jesse Caneiro, per count 4, Sophia Caneiro's death or serious bodily injury resulting in death. As I previously advised you, to convict the defendant of murder, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant either purposely or knowingly caused the victim's death or serious bodily injury that resulted in death. In that regard, serious bodily injury means bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death. A substantial risk of death exists where it's highly probable that the injury will result in death. In order for you to find the defendant guilty of purposeful serious bodily injury murder, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it is the defendant's conscious object to cause serious bodily injury that then resulted in the victim's death, and that the defendant knew that the injury created a substantial risk of death, and that it is highly probable that the death would result. In order for you to find the defendant guilty of knowing serious bodily injury murder, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was aware that it was practically certain that his conduct would cause serious bodily injury that then resulted in the victim's death, that the defendant knew that the injury created a substantial risk of death, and that it was highly probable that death would result. Whether the killing is committed purposely or knowingly, causing death or serious bodily injury resulting in death, must be within the design or contemplation of the defendant. All jurors do not need to agree unanimously concerning which form of murder is present, so long as all believe that it was one form of murder or another. However, for a defendant to be guilty of murder, all jurors must agree that the defendant either purposely or knowingly caused the death or serious bodily injury resulting in the death of per count 1, Keith Caneiro, per count 2, Jennifer Caneiro, per count 3, Jesse Caneiro, and per count 4, Sophia Caneiro. If, after consideration of all the evidence, you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant either purposely or knowingly caused per count 1, Keith Caneiro, per count 2, Jennifer Caneiro, per count 3, Jesse Caneiro, per count 4, Sophia Caneiro's death or serious bodily injury resulting in death, then your verdict must be guilty as to that specific count of murder. If, however, after all of the consideration of the evidence, you find that the state has failed to prove any element of the offenses beyond a reasonable doubt, then your verdict must be not guilty as to that specific count of murder. As to purposeful or knowing murder counts, the state alleges that the defendant acted by his own conduct in causing the death of per count 1, Keith Caneiro, per count 2, Jennifer Caneiro, per count 3, Jesse Caneiro, per count 4, Sophia Caneiro. If you unanimously find that the defendant either purposely or knowingly caused the death of or serious bodily injury resulting in the death of per count 1, Keith Caneiro, per count 2, Jennifer Caneiro, per count 3, Jesse Caneiro, per count 4, Sophia Caneiro, you must also decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the homicidal act by his own conduct. A finding of own conduct does not require a specific finding that the defendant's actions standing alone caused the victim's death. The relevant inquiry is whether the defendant actively and directly participated in the homicidal act or acts. The critical elements are whether the defendant acted and the immediacy of his conduct to the victim's demise. In other words, the defendant must be the direct and immediate cause of death to satisfy the own conduct element. Now, I want to give you the verdict sheet for a minute. What I'm asking you to do is not to flip through it, just we're going to start right from the top for a minute. If you find the defendant committed the crime of purposeful knowing murder, and you unanimously agree that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that he acted by his own conduct, you must answer yes to the own conduct question on the verdict sheet. You'll then be asked questions as it relates to the count in the indictment. So if you're looking at that right now, you see as to count one, we're talking about Keith Caneiro. You'll answer the question, guilty or not guilty, as it relates to the crime of murder. The sub-questions underneath, the first question you're going to answer is whether it's done by his own conduct. You're going to answer that yes or no. Remember, you only get to own conduct if you found him guilty of the murder of Keith Caneiro. The next question would be yes or no, whether it was by his own conduct. If the answer to that is yes, then we're going to go to the other questions that you see there, which would then be 1B. And this is where we are. Okay, so 1A is that it's by his own conduct, and now let's go to 1B. The question is, did the defendant, Paul Caneiro, commit the murder in expectation of the receipt of anything of pecuniary value? If you unanimously agree that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did commit the murder in expectation of the receipt of anything of pecuniary value, then you must answer yes on the expectation of the receipt of a pecuniary value question. If the defendant, if you find the defendant committed the crime of purposeful or knowing murder, but you find that the state did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed the murder in expectation of the receipt of anything of value, then you must answer no to the expectation of the receipt of pecuniary value question. You'll still go, no matter what you answer for 1B, if you're now into these subsections, you're going to answer each one of them. You're going to answer B, C, and D, no matter what, if you've answered that he's guilty to count one and that he did it by his own conduct. Does that make sense, everybody?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go to C, no matter what you say on B. If you find that the defendant committed the crime of purposeful or knowing murder and that he committed the crime by his own conduct, and you unanimously agree that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed the murder for the purpose of escaping detection, apprehension, trial, punishment, or confinement for another offense committed by the defendant, then you must answer yes to the committed for the purpose of escaping question on the verdict sheet. If you find the defendant committed the crime of purposeful or knowing murder, but you find the state did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed the murder for the purpose of escaping detection, apprehension, trial, punishment, or confinement for another offense committed by the defendant, then you must answer no on that part of the verdict sheet. As to count 1D, if you find unanimously that the defendant acted by his own conduct, you will need to determine whether the defendant committed the murder of Keith Caneiro while the defendant was engaged in the commission of, or an attempt to commit, or flight after committing or attempting to commit murder. If you find that the defendant committed the crime of purposeful knowing murder while the defendant was engaged in the commission of, or attempt to commit, or flight after committing or attempting to commit murder, and you unanimously agree that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed the murder while engaged in the commission of or an attempt to commit or flight after committing or attempting to commit murder, then you must answer yes to while in the course of a murder question on the verdict sheet. If you find that the defendant committed the crime of knowing and purposeful murder, but you find the state did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed the murder while engaged in the commission of or an attempt to commit or flight after committing or attempting to commit murder, then you must answer no on the while in the course of murder question on the verdict sheet. So that analysis that we just talked about, you're going to do that same exact analysis for Jennifer. If you find her defendant guilty of the murder of Jennifer Caneiro, and it is by his own conduct, you're going to answer those subsection questions. When we get to Jesse and the Sophia, Jesse is count 3, you're going to answer another question. Let's go to that one for a second. So if we're looking at that, all of us should be on page, I think it's on page 5, but let me just confirm. Yeah, see it, 4 deals with JC, which is Jesse Caneiro. So if you go to page 5, which is where E is located, that's still the other question that we're going to ask for this one. As to Jesse and Sophia Caneiro, you will have additional questions. If you find unanimously that the defendant acted by his own conduct, you will also need to determine whether per count 3 Jesse Caneiro, per count 4 Sophia Caneiro were less than 14 years old. If you find that per count 3 Jesse Caneiro, per count 4 Sophia Caneiro were less than 14 years old, and you unanimously agree that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the murder per count 3 Jesse, per count 4 Sophia, while they were less than 14 years old, then you would answer yes to the victim was less than 14 years old question on the verdict sheet. If you find the defendant committed the crime of purposeful or knowing murder, but you find that the state did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the murder while each one of them, Jesse and Sophia, were under the age of 14, then you would answer no. So if you find that the state didn't prove that they were under the age of 14, then you would be answering no to that question, and that's E for each one of count 3 and for count 4. Does everyone see that on the verdict sheet? Yes. Okay, great. Now we're going to take all your verdict sheets back for a minute. So you just pass them down, that'd be great. Okay, the next charge is, the next 2 charges are for felony murder. Defendant is charged in count 5 of the indictment with the felony murder of Jesse Caneiro. The indictment reads in pertinent part as follows. Paul Caneiro, on or about November 20th, 2018, in or about the township of Colts Neck, county of Monmouth, did commit the crime of felony murder by causing the death of Jesse Caneiro while engaged in the commission of or an attempt to commit or in the flight after committing or attempting to commit the crime of arson. The defendant is charged in count 6 of the indictment with the felony murder of Sophia Caneiro. The indictment reads in pertinent part as follows. Paul Caneiro, on or about November 20th, 2018, in or about the township of Colts Neck, county of Monmouth, did commit the crime of felony murder by causing the death of Sophia Caneiro while engaged in the commission of or an attempt to commit and or flight after committing or attempting to commit the crime of arson. The state contends that on November 20th, 2018, while the defendant was engaged in the commission of or attempt to commit or flight after committing or attempting to commit the crime of arson, he stabbed and killed Jesse Caneiro and or Sophia Caneiro. The section of the statute applicable to this case reads in pertinent part as follows. Criminal homicide constitutes murder when it is committed when the actor is engaged in the commission of or attempt to commit or flight after committing or attempting to commit arson, and in the course of such crime or the immediately flight therefrom causes the death of a person other than one of the participants. Generally, it does not matter that the act which caused death was committed recklessly or unintentionally or accidentally. The perpetrator is as guilty of felony murder as he would be if he had purposely or knowingly committed the act which caused death. For you to find the defendant guilty of felony murder, the state is required to prove beyond a reasonable doubt from all the evidence in the case all the essential elements of the crimes charged. Accordingly, before you can find the defendant guilty of the felony murder of Jesse Caneiro in count 5 or Sophia Caneiro in count 6, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that 1, on or about November 20th, 2018, the defendant was engaged in the commission of or attempt to commit or flight after committing or attempting to commit the crime of arson as noted as the lesser included offense of count 7, that the death of per count 5 Jesse Caneiro, per count 6 Sophia Caneiro was caused by the defendant, and number 3, that the death of per count 5 Jesse Caneiro, per count 6 Sophia Caneiro was caused at some time within the course of the commission of that crime, including its aftermath of flight and concealment efforts. The first element requires the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was engaged in the commission of or attempt to commit or flight after committing or attempting to commit the crime of arson. In order for you to find the defendant guilty of arson, the state is required to prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. That the defendant purposely started a fire at 15 Willow Brook Road in Colts Neck, New Jersey. 2, that the act of starting the fire recklessly placed per count 5 Jesse Caneiro, per count 6 Sophia Caneiro, in danger of death or bodily injury. You cannot find the defendant guilty of felony murder unless you first find him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of having committed the crime of arson. And again, arson, as we're talking about here, is not what's charged in the indictment that I'm going to talk to you about in a minute, which is aggravated arson. This is the lesser offense of arson of what we're talking about. So for you to find him guilty of this charge, he has to be guilty of arson first. Everybody get that? All right. The second and third elements require the state to establish that per count 5 Jesse Caneiro, per count 6 Sophia Caneiro's death was caused by the defendant and was caused during the commission of or attempt to commit or flight after committing or attempting to commit crime of arson. To meet its burden of proof as to the second and third elements pursuant to count 5 and 6, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the following. 1, that but for the defendant's conduct in the commission of or attempt to commit or flight after committing or attempting to commit arson, Jesse Caneiro and or Sophia Caneiro would not have died. In other words, that Jesse Caneiro and or Sophia Caneiro's death would not have occurred without the commission of the arson. Number 2, Jesse Caneiro and or Sophia Caneiro's death was a probable consequence of the commission of or attempt to commit or flight after committing or attempting to commit arson. For the death to be the probable consequence of the arson, the death must not have been too remote or too accidental in its occurrence or too independent on another's volitional acts to have a just bearing on the defendant's liability or the gravity of his offense. In other words, you must decide that if the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that under all of the circumstances, the death did not occur in such an unexpected or unusual manner that it would be unjust to find the defendant responsible for the death. In conclusion, if you find the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that 1, the defendant was engaged in the commission of or attempt to commit or flight after committing or attempting to commit the crime of arson, 2, that Jesse and or Sophia's death was caused by the defendant, And 3, that the death of the person was caused at some time within the course of the commission of the crime, including its aftermath or flight and concealment efforts, then you must find the defendant guilty of felony murder. On the other hand, if you find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any one or more of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty of felony murder. If you find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant caused the death of Jesse Caneiro and/or Sophia Caneiro, then the defendant should be found not guilty of all charged homicides offenses, including these 2 victims. If, however, you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did cause the death of Jesse Caneiro and/or Sophia Caneiro, but that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was at the time engaged in the course of the commission of or attempt to commit or flight after committing or attempting to commit arson, then you still can consider the separate crime of murder. All right, counts 7 and 8. They both deal with aggravated arson. Count 7 of the indictment charged the defendant with aggravated arson in violation of 2C 17-1A. The indictment reads in pertinent part as follows. Paul Caneiro, on or about November 20th, 2018, in or about the township of Colts Neck, county of Monmouth, did commit the crime of aggravated arson by starting a fire, thereby purposely or knowingly placing Jesse Caneiro and/or Sophia Caneiro in danger of death or bodily injury, and/or with the purpose of destroying a building and/or structure of another, to wit, 15 Willow Brook Road, Colts Neck, New Jersey, belonging to Keith and/or Jennifer Caneiro. As to count 8, again, an aggravated arson charge. The indictment reads, Paul Caneiro, on or about November 20th, 2018, in or about the township of Ocean, county of Monmouth, did commit the crime of aggravated arson by starting a fire, thereby purposely or knowingly placing Susan Caneiro and/or Marissa Caneiro and/or Caitlin Caneiro in danger of death or bodily injury, to wit 27 Tilton Drive, Ocean, New Jersey, belonging to Paul Caneiro and/or Susan Caneiro. The section of the statute applicable to this case reads in pertinent part as follows. A person is guilty of aggravated arson if he starts a fire or causes an explosion, whether on his own property or another's. 1, thereby purposely or knowingly placing another person in danger of death or bodily injury, and/or 2, with the purpose of destroying a building or structure of another. For the defendant to be found guilty of aggravated arson, the state must prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, that the defendant purposely started a fire per count 7 at 15 Willow Brook Road in Colts Neck, per count 8 on his own property at 27 Tilton Drive in the township of Ocean. 2, that the act of starting the fire, A, purposely or knowingly placed, per count 7, Jesse or Sophia Caneiro, per count 8, Susan or Marissa or Caitlin Caneiro, in danger of death or or bodily injury, not serious bodily injury. And/or 3, was done with the purpose of destroying a building or structure of another, to wit, per count 7, 15 Willow Brook Road in Colts Neck, per count 8, on his own property of 27 Tilton Drive in the township of Ocean. So you're looking at 2 different ways the state can prove aggravated arson. It's either by way of causing danger of death or bodily injury to the individuals within the home, or for the purpose of destroying a building or structure of another, or in count 8 dealing with Paul Caneiro's own structure or house, okay? The first element that the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is 1, that the defendant purposely started a fire at or near premises known as per count 7, 15 Willow Brook Road in Colts Neck, and count 8 his own property at 27 Tilton Drive in Ocean. A person acts purposely with respect to the nature of his conduct or a result thereof if it is his conscious object to engage in conduct of that nature or cause such a result. A person acts purposely with respect to attendant circumstances if he is aware of the existence of such circumstances or believes or hopes they exist. With purpose, design, with design, or equivalent terms have the same meaning. Purpose is a condition of the mind that cannot be seen and can only be determined by inferences drawn from the defendant's conduct, words, or acts. It is not necessary for the state to prove the existence of such a mental state by direct evidence, such as a statement by the defendant that he had a particular purpose. It is within the power of the jury to find that the proof of purpose has been furnished beyond a reasonable doubt by inferences which you may draw from the nature of the acts and the circumstances surrounding the conduct of the defendant as they have been presented in the evidence you have heard and seen in this case. It is not necessary that any significant damage be done. It's only necessary that a fire be started for one or more of the purposes to be described. The lack of success of the perpetrator is immaterial. 2, the second element the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that at the time the defendant started the fires, he purposely or knowingly placed, per count 7, Jesse and Sophia, per count 8, Susan, Marissa, or Caitlin in danger of death or bodily injury. Or, his purpose was to destroy 15 Willow Brook in count 7 or 27 Tilton in count 8. Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or other impairment of physical condition. I have already defined the term purposely for you. A person acts knowingly with respect to the nature of his conduct or the attendant circumstances if he is aware that his conduct is of such a nature or that of such circumstances. Let me start over. A person acts knowingly with respect to the nature of his conduct or the attendant circumstances if he is aware that his conduct is of that nature or that such circumstances exist, or he is aware of a high probability of their existence. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of his conduct if he is aware that it is practically certain that his conduct will cause such a result. Knowledge is a condition of the mind that cannot be seen and can only be determined by inferences drawn by the defendant's conduct, words, or acts. It is not necessary for the state to prove the existence of such a mental state by direct evidence, such as a statement by the defendant that he had a particular knowledge. It is within the power of the jury to find the proof of knowledge that has been furnished beyond a reasonable doubt by inferences which you may draw from the nature of the acts and the circumstances surrounding the conduct of the defendant as they have been presented in the evidence you have heard and seen in this case. Destroy means to demolish and or render useless and or render completely ineffective for its intended use. If you find that the state has proven all the elements of aggravated arson beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find him guilty of aggravated arson. On the other hand, if you find that the state has failed to prove all the elements of the aggravated arson beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. Now I'm going to talk to you about the lesser included offense of aggravated arson, which is arson. A lesser included offense to aggravated arson is in the indictment is arson. Can I see the attorneys for a second? Why don't you guys take a stretch for a second? You're more than halfway home. think I could touch the ceiling if I jumped?
Probably.
Let's see.
Definitely here for your entertainment, I just want to.
At least the camera.
I'm going to say with absolute certainty, I can't do it.
Camera. Yeah.
I think I can get the camera. And then, no my luck, I'll knock it off.
Right? 6 inches maybe, at least.
Ladies and gentlemen, before, when I was talking about the lesser included offense, and you heard me stop for a second, one thing we're going to fix in the charge is that it's actually counts 7 and 8. So you will consider aggravated arson, obviously the indicted charges for 7 and 8. If you found him not guilty of aggravated arson, then you would consider arson for both counts 7 and 8, not just one of them. So I'm going to fix that for you, but I also want to fix it for you verbally. Okay? All right. As I previously stated, the law requires that the court instruct the jury with respect to a possible lesser included offense, even if they are not contained in the indictment. Just because the court is instructing you concerning these offenses does not mean the court has an opinion one way or another. You should consider these offenses along with those for which the defendant is indicted. However, you are not to render a verdict on these offenses or answer the questions on the verdict sheet unless you find that the state has failed to meet one of the elements of aggravated arson in count 7 and or 8 beyond a reasonable doubt. Here's the elements of arson. A person is guilty of arson if he purposely causes a fire or it's getting good now. A person is guilty of arson if he purposely starts a fire or causes an explosion, whether on his own property or another's. 1, thereby recklessly placing another person in danger of death or bodily injury. In order for the defendant to be found guilty of arson, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the following elements. Number 1, that the defendant purposely started the fire on either 15 Willow Brook